The Book of Jeremiah, Yirmiyahu, Chapter 1. The words of Yirmiyahu, the son of Hilkiyahu, of the priests who were in Anathoth, in the land of Benjamin, to whom the word of Yahuwah came in the days of Yoshiyahu, son of Ammon, sovereign of Yehudah, in the 13th year of his reign. And it came to be in the days of Jehoiakim, son of Yoshiyahu, sovereign of Yehudah, until the end of the 11th year of Zedekiyahu, son of Yoshiyahu, sovereign of Yehudah, until the exile of Jerusalem in the 5th new moon. Now the word of Yahuwah came to me, saying, Before I formed you in the belly, I knew you, and before you came out of the womb, I did set you apart. I appointed you a prophet to nations. And said I, Master Yahuwah, see, I do not know how to speak, for I am a youth. And Yahuwah said to me, Do not say I am a youth, but go to all to whom I send you, and speak whatever I command you. Do not fear their faces, for I am with you to deliver you, declares Yahuwah. Then Yahuwah put forth his hand and touched my mouth. And Yahuwah said to me, See, I have put my words in your mouth. See, I have this day set you over the nations, and over the reigns to root out, and to pull down, to destroy, and to overthrow, to build, and to plant. And the word of Yahuwah came to me, saying, What do you see, Yirmiyahu? And I said, I see a branch of an almond tree. And Yahuwah said to me, You have seen well, for I am watching over my word to do it. And the word of Yahuwah came to me, and each one set his throne at the entrance of the gates of Jerusalem, against all its walls all around, and against all the cities of Yehudah. And I shall pronounce my judgments against them concerning all their evil, because they have forsaken me, burned incense to other mighty ones, and bowed themselves to the works of their own hands. Now, gird up your loins, and arise, and speak to them all that I command you. Do not break down before their faces, lest I break you before them. For look, I have made you this day a walled city, and an iron column, and bronze walls against all the land, against the sovereigns of Yehudah, against her heads, against her priests, and against the people of the land. And they shall fight against you, but not prevail against you. For I am with you, declares Yahuwah, to deliver you. Chapter 2. And the word of Yahuwah came to me, saying, Go, and you shall cry in the hearing of Jerusalem, saying, Thus said Yahuwah, I remember you, the loving commitment of your youth, the love of your bridehood, when you went after me in the wilderness, in a land that was not sown. Yisrael was set apart to Yahuwah, the first fruits of his increase. All who ate of it became guilty, evil came upon them, declares Yahuwah. Hear the word of Yahuwah, O house of Jacob, and all the clans of the house of Yisrael. Thus said Yahuwah, What unrighteousness have your fathers found in me, that they have gone far from me, and went after worthlessness, and became worthless? And did they not say, Where is Yahuwah, who brought us up out of the land of Mitzrayim, who led us through the wilderness, through a land of deserts and pits, through a land of drought and the shadow of death, a land that no one passed through, and where no one dwelt? Then I brought you into a garden land, to eat its fruit and its goodness. But when you entered, you defiled my land, and made my inheritance an abomination. The priests did not say, Where is Yahuwah? And those who handled the Torah did not know me. And the shepherds transgressed against me, and the prophets prophesied by Baal, and walked after matters that did not profit. Therefore I still contend with you, declares Yahuwah, and with your children's children I contend. For pass beyond the isles of Kittim, and see, and send to Kedar, and observe well, and see if there has been any like this. Has a nation changed its mighty ones, which are not mighty ones? But my people have changed my esteem for that which does not profit. Be amazed, O heavens, at this, and be frightened, be utterly dried up, declares Yahuwah. For my people have done two evils. They have forsaken me, the fountain of living waters, to hew out for themselves cisterns, cracked cisterns, which do not hold water. Is Yisrael a servant? Was he born in the house? Why is he given to plunder? The young lions roared at him. They growled and made his land waste. His cities have been burned without inhabitant. Even the sons of Noph and Taphanes have shaven the crown of your head. Have you not done this to yourself by forsaking Yahuwah your Elohim when he led you in the way? And now, why take the way to Mitzrayim to drink the waters of Shihor? Or why take the way to Asher to drink the waters of the river? Your own evil instructs you, and your backslidings reprove you. Know, therefore, and see that it is evil and bitter that you have forsaken Yahuwah your Elohim, and that my fear is not in you, declares the Master Yahuwah of hosts. For of old I have broken your yoke, and torn off your chastisements. And you said, I am not serving you. When on every high hill and under every green tree you lay down like a whore. Yet I had planted you a choice vine, all of it a true seed. How then have you turned before me into the degenerate plant of a strange vine? Although you wash yourself with lye and use much soap, yet your crookedness is ingrained before me, declares the Master Yahuwah. How do you say, I am not defiled? I have not gone after the Baals. See your way in the valley? Know what you have done. A swift dromedary breaking loose in her ways, a wild donkey used to the wilderness, sniffing the wind in the desire of her being, in her time of mating, who turns her away. All those who seek her need not weary themselves in her month. They find her. Keep your foot from being bare and your throat from thirst. But you said, it is useless, because I love strangers, and after them I go. As the thief is ashamed when he is found out, so is the house of Yisrael ashamed. They and their sovereigns and their heads and their priests and their prophets, saying to a tree, you are my father, and to a stone, you gave birth to me. For they have turned their back to me, and not their face. But in time of their calamity they say, arise, save us. But where are your mighty ones that you have made for yourselves? Let them arise. See if they save you in the time of your calamity. Because your mighty ones have become as many as your cities, O Yehudah. Why do you complain to me? You all have transgressed against me, declares Yahuwah. In vain I have stricken your children. They received no instruction. Your sword has devoured your prophets like a destroying lion. O generation, see the word of Yahuwah. Have I been a wilderness to Yisrael, or a land of darkness? Why do my people say, we have broken loose? We come to you no more? Would a maiden forget her ornaments, or a bride her headband? Yet my people have forgotten me days without number. Why do you embellish your way to seek love? Therefore you have even taught the evil women your ways. Even on the corners of your clothing is found the blood of the lives of the poor innocents. You did not find them breaking in, but in spite of all these, you say, because I am innocent, certainly his displeasure shall turn from me. See, I shall bring judgment on you, because you say, I have not sinned. Why do you go about so much to change your way? Even of Mitzrayim you are to be ashamed, as you are ashamed of Asher. Even from this one you shall go forth with your hands on your head, for Yahuwah has rejected those you trust, and you shall not prosper by them. Chapter 3. Elohim said, if a man puts away his wife, and she goes from him and becomes another man's, does he return to her again? Would not that land be made greatly unclean? But you have committed whoring with many lovers. And would you return to me, declares Yahuwah? Lift up your eyes to the bare heights and see, where have you not lain with men? Beside the ways you have sat for them like an Arabian in the wilderness. and you made the land unclean with your whorings and your evil. Therefore the showers have been withheld, and there has been no latter rain. You have had a whore's forehead. You refuse to be ashamed. Shall you not from now on cry to me? My father, you are the guide of my youth. Does one bear a grudge forever? Does one keep it to the end? See, you have spoken and done the evils that you could. And Yahuwah said to me in the days of Yoshiyahu the sovereign, have you seen what backsliding Yisrael has done? She has gone up on every high mountain and under every green tree, and there committed whoring. And after she had done all this, I said, return to me. But she did not return, and her treacherous sister Yehuda saw it. And I saw that for all the causes for which backsliding Yisrael had committed adultery, I had put her away and given her a certificate of divorce. Yet her treacherous sister Yehuda did not fear, but went and committed whoring too. And it came to be through her frivolous whoring that she defiled the land and committed adultery with stones and wood. And yet for all this her treacherous sister Yehuda has not turned to me with all her heart, but falsely, declares Yahuwah. And Yahuwah said to me, backsliding Yisrael has shown herself more righteous than treacherous Yehuda. Go and proclaim these words toward the north, and say, return, O backsliding Yisrael, declares Yahuwah. I shall not look on you in displeasure, for I am lovingly committed, declares Yahuwah, and I do not bear a grudge forever. Only acknowledge your crookedness, because you have transgressed against Yahuwah your Elohim, and have scattered your ways to strangers under every green tree, and you have not obeyed my voice, declares Yahuwah. Return, O backsliding children, declares Yahuwah, for I shall rule over you, and shall take you, one from a city and two from a clan, and shall bring you to Zion. And I shall give you shepherds according to my heart, and they shall feed you with knowledge and understanding. And it shall be when you have increased, and shall be fruitful in the land in those days, declares Yahuwah, that they no longer say, the ark of the covenant of Yahuwah. Neither would it come to heart, nor would they remember it, nor would they visit it, nor would it be made again. At that time Jerusalem shall be called the throne of Yahuwah, and all the nations shall be gathered to it, to the name of Yahuwah, to Jerusalem, and no longer walk after the stubbornness of their evil heart. In those days the house of Yehuda shall go to the house of Yisrael, and they shall come together out of the land of the north to the land that I have given as an inheritance to your fathers. But I said, how would I put you among the children and give you a pleasant land, a splendid inheritance of the hosts of nations? And I said, call me my father, and do not turn away from me. But indeed, as a wife betrays her husband, so you have betrayed me, O house of Yisrael, declares Yahuwah. A voice was heard on the bare heights, weeping, supplications of the children of Yisrael, because they have perverted their way. They have forgotten Yahuwah their Elohim. Return, O backsliding children. I shall make your backsliding cease. See, we have come to you, for you are Yahuwah our Elohim. Truly, delusion comes from the high hills, the noisy throng on the mountains. Truly, in Yahuwah our Elohim is the deliverance of Yisrael. For shame has devoured the labor of our fathers from our youth, their flocks and their herds, their sons and their daughters. We shall lie down in our shame, while our reproach covers us. For we have sinned against Yahuwah our Elohim, we and our fathers from our youth even to this day, and have not obeyed the voice of Yahuwah our Elohim. Chapter 4. If you do return, O Yisrael, declares Yahuwah, return to me. And if you remove your abominations from my presence and cease straying, and shall swear, as Yahuwah lives, in truth, in right ruling and in righteousness, then nations shall bless themselves in him, and they shall boast in him. For this is what Yahuwah said to the men of Yehuda and Jerusalem. Break up your tillable ground, and do not sow among thorns. Circumcise yourselves unto Yahuwah, and take away the foreskins of your hearts, you men of Yehuda, and inhabitants of Jerusalem, lest my wrath come forth like fire and burn, with none to quench it, because of the evil of your deeds. Declare in Yehuda, and let it be heard in Jerusalem, and say, blow a shofar in the land. Cry aloud and say, gather yourselves, and let us go into the walled city. Lift up the banner toward Zion. Be strong, do not stand still, for I am bringing evil from the north and great destruction. A lion has come up from his bush, and the destroyer of nations is on his way. He has set out from his place to make your land a ruin. Your cities are laid waste without inhabitant. For this, gird yourself with sackcloth, lament and wail, for the burning displeasure of Yahuwah has not turned back from us. And in that day it shall be, declares Yahuwah, that the heart of the sovereign shall perish, and the heart of the heads, and the priests shall be astonished, and the prophets wonder. Then I said, Ah, Master Yahuwah, truly you have greatly deceived this people in Jerusalem, saying, peace is for you, whereas the sword reaches to the heart. At that time it shall be said to this people and to Jerusalem, a scorching wind of the bare heights blows in the wilderness toward the daughter of my people, not to fan or to cleanse. A wind too strong for this shall come for me. Now it is I who speak judgments against them. See, he who comes like clouds, and his chariots like a whirlwind. His horses shall be swifter than eagles. Woe to us, for we shall be ravaged. O Jerusalem, wash your hands from evil and be saved. Till when would your wicked thoughts remain within you? For a voice is declaring from Dan, and is proclaiming trouble from Mount Ephraim. Announce to the nations, look, proclaim against Jerusalem that besiegers are coming from a distant land, and raise their voice against the cities of Yehuda. Like keepers of a field, they are against her all around, because she has rebelled against me, declares Yahuwah. Your ways and your deeds have brought this upon you. This is your evil, because it is bitter, because it has reached into your heart. Oh, my inward parts, I am in pain. Oh, the walls of my heart pounds in me, I am not silent. For you have heard, O my being, a voice of a shofar, a shout of battle. Destruction upon destruction is cried, for all the land is ravaged. Suddenly my tents are ravaged, my curtains in a moment. How long shall I see a banner and hear a voice of a shofar? For my people are foolish. They have not known me. They are stupid children, and they have no understanding. They are wise to do evil, but to do good they have no knowledge. I looked at the earth and saw it was formless and empty, and the heavens had no light. I looked at the mountains and saw they shook, and all the hills were swaying. I looked and saw there was no man, and all the birds of the heavens had fled. I looked and saw the garden land was a wilderness, and all its cities were broken down at the presence of Yahuwah by his burning displeasure. For thus said Yahuwah, all the earth shall be a ruin, but I shall not make a complete end. On account of this, let the earth mourn, and the heavens above be dark, because I have spoken, because I have purposed and shall not relent, nor do I turn back from it. All the city is fleeing from the noise of the horsemen and bowmen. They shall go into bushes and climb up on the rocks. All the city is forsaken, and no one is dwelling in it. And when you are ravaged, what would you do? Though you put on crimson, though you adorn yourself with ornaments of gold, though you enlarge your eyes with paint, you beautify yourself in vain. Your lovers despise you. They seek your life. For I have heard a voice as of a woman in labor, the distress as of her who brings forth her first child, the voice of the daughter of Zion. She bewails herself. She spreads out her hand, saying, Woe to me, for my being faints because of killers. Chapter 5. Diligently search the streets of Jerusalem, and please look and know and seek in her open places if you find a man, if there is anyone doing right ruling. seeking the truth. Then I shall pardon her. Even when they say, As Yahuwah lives, they swear falsely for certain. O Yahuwah, are your eyes not on truth? You have stricken them, but they have not grieved. You have consumed them, but they have refused to receive instruction. They made their faces stronger than rock. They refused to turn back. Then I said, These are only the poor. They have been foolish, for they have not known the way of Yahuwah, the right ruling of their Elohim. Let me go to the great men and speak to them, for they have known the way of Yahuwah, the right ruling of their Elohim. But these have altogether broken the yoke and torn off the bonds. Therefore a lion from the forest shall strike them, a wolf of the desert ravage them. A leopard is watching over their cities. Whoever comes out of them is torn in pieces, for their transgressions have been many. Their backslidings have been numerous. Why should I pardon you for this? Your children have forsaken me and sworn by those that are not mighty ones. When I had filled them up, they then committed adultery, and they thronged to the house of a whore. They were like well-fed horses. Everyone neighed after his neighbor's wife. Why would I not punish them for this, declares Yahuwah, and would I not avenge my being on such a nation as this? Go up on her walls and destroy, but do not make a complete end. Take away her branches, for they do not belong to Yahuwah. For the house of Yisrael and the house of Yehudah have utterly betrayed me, declares Yahuwah. They have been untrue to Yahuwah and said, It is not he. No evil comes upon us, nor do we see sword or scarcity of food. And the prophets have become wind, and the word is not in them. Thus shall be done to them. Therefore thus said Yahuwah Elohim of hosts, Because you speak this word, see, I am making my words in your mouth fire, and this people wood, and it shall devour them. See, I am bringing a nation against you from afar, O house of Yisrael, declares Yahuwah. It is an enduring nation. It is an ancient nation, a nation whose language you do not know, nor do you understand what they say. Their quiver is like an open burial site. All of them are mighty men. And they shall eat up your harvest and your bread, which your sons and daughters should eat. They shall eat up your flocks and your herds. They shall eat up your vines and your fig trees. With the sword they shall demolish your walled cities, in which you are trusting. But even in those days, declares Yahuwah, I shall not make a complete end of you. And it shall be when they say, Why does Yahuwah our Elohim do all this to us? Then you shall answer them, As you have forsaken me, and served foreign mighty ones in your land, so you shall serve strangers in a land that is not yours. Declare this in the house of Yaakov, and proclaim it in Yehudah, saying, Hear this now, O foolish people without heart, who have eyes and see not, and who have ears and hear not. Do you not fear me, declares Yahuwah? Do you not tremble at my presence, who have placed the sand as the boundary of the sea by an everlasting law, and it does not pass over it? Though its waves toss to and fro, they are not able. Though they roar, they do not pass over it. But this people has a backsliding and rebellious heart. They have turned aside and gone astray, and they do not say in their heart, Let us now fear Yahuwah our Elohim, who gives rain, both the former and latter, in its season. He guards for us the required bylaw, weeks of the harvest. Your crookednesses have turned these away, and your sins have kept the good from you. For among my people are found wrong men who lie in wait, as one who sets snares. They have set up a trap, they catch men. As a cage filled with birds, so their houses are filled with deceit. Therefore they have become great and grown rich. They have become fat. They are sleek. They also overlook the deeds of the wrong. They did not rightly rule the cause of the fatherless, so that they prosper, and the right of the needy they did not rightly rule. Would I not punish them for this, declares Yahuwah? Would I not revenge myself on such a nation as this? An astounding and horrible matter has come to the land. A people have prophesied falsely, and the priests rule by their own hand. And my people have loved it so, And what are you going to do at the end of it? Chapter 6. O children of Benjamin, gather yourselves to flee out of the midst of Jerusalem. Blow a shofar in Tekoa, and set up a signal fire in Beth Hakarim, for evil has been seen from the north, and great destruction. I shall cut off the lovely and delicate one, the daughter of Zion. The shepherd with their flocks shall come to her. They shall pitch their tents against her all around. They shall pasture each one in his own place. Set apart battle against her. Arise and let us go up at noon. Woe to us, for the day goes away, for the shadows of the evening are lengthening. Arise and let us go by night, and let us destroy her palaces. For thus said Yahweh of hosts, cut down her trees, and cast up a siege mound against Jerusalem. She is the city to be punished, in whose midst there is only oppression. As a well flows with water, so she flows with her evil. Violence and destruction are heard in her. Before me continually are suffering and smiting. Be instructed, O Jerusalem, lest my being be torn from you, lest I make you a waste, a land not inhabited. Thus said Yahweh of hosts, let them thoroughly glean as a vine the remnant of Israel. Pass your hand again over the branches like a grape gatherer. To whom shall I speak and give warning so that they hear? See, their ear is uncircumcised, and they are unable to listen. See, the word of Yahweh is a reproach to them, and they do not delight in it. Therefore I am filled with the wrath of Yahweh. I have become weary of containing it. Pour it out on the children outside, and on the company of young men together. For even husband and wife shall be taken, the aged and the very old. And their houses shall be turned over to others, fields and wives together. For I shall stretch out my hand against the inhabitants of the land, declares Yahweh. For from the least of them, even to the greatest of them, they are all greedy for gain. And from the prophet even to the priest, all act falsely. And they heal the breaches of my people, saying, peace, peace, when there is no peace. Were they ashamed when they had done abomination? No, they were not at all ashamed, nor did they know how to blush. Therefore they shall fall among those who fall. They shall stumble at the time I visit them, said Yahweh. Thus said Yahweh, stand in the ways and see, and ask for the old paths where the good way is, and walk in it, and find rest for yourselves. But they said, we do not walk in it. And I raised up watchmen over you and said, listen to a voice of a shofar. But they said, we do not listen. Therefore hear, you nations, and know, O congregation, what is upon them. Hear, O earth. See, I am bringing evil upon this people, even the fruit of their thoughts, because they have not listened to my words nor my Torah, and they rejected it. What need have I of frankincense from Sheba, and sweet cane from a distant land? Your ascending offerings are not acceptable, and your slaughterings have not been sweet to me. Therefore thus said Yahweh, see, I am laying stumbling blocks before this people, and the fathers and the sons together shall stumble on them. The neighbor and his friend shall perish. Thus said Yahweh, see, a people shall come from the land of the north, and a great nation is stirred up from the farthest parts of the earth. They strengthen their bow and spear. They are cruel and have no compassion. Their voice roars like the sea. They ride on horses, set in array as a man for battle against you, O daughter of Zion. We have heard the report of it. Our hands grow weak. Distress has taken hold of us, pain as of a woman in labor. Do not go out into the field, nor walk by the way. Because of the sword of the enemy, fear is on every side. O daughter of my people, gird on sackcloth and roll about in ashes. Make mourning as for an only son. Most bitter lamentations, because suddenly the ravager shall come upon us. I have made you a trier and a stronghold among my people, so that you know and shall try their way. All of them are rebels of rebels, walking as slanderers. They are bronze and iron. All of them are corrupters. The bellows have burned. The lead has been consumed by fire. The refiner has refined it in vain, for those who are evil have not been separated. They shall call them rejected silver, because Yahuwah has rejected them. Chapter 7. The word that came to Yirmiyahu from Yahuwah, saying, Stand in the gates of the house of Yahuwah, and you shall proclaim there this word, and you shall say, Hear the word of Yahuwah, all you of Yehudah, who enter in at these gates to bow before Yahuwah. Thus said Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, Make your ways and your deeds good. Then I let you dwell in this place. Do not trust in these false words, saying, This is the Hakal of Yahuwah, the Hakal of Yahuwah, the Hakal of Yahuwah. For if you truly make your ways and your deeds good, if you truly do right ruling between a man and his neighbor, if you do not oppress the sojourner, the fatherless, and the widow, and do not shed innocent blood in this place, or walk after other mighty ones to your own evil, then I shall let you dwell in this place, in the land that I gave to your fathers forever and ever. See, you are trusting in false words which do not profit, stealing, murdering, and committing adultery, and swearing falsely, and burning incense to Baal, and walking after other mighty ones you have not known. And you came and stood before me in this house, which is called by my name, and said, We have been delivered in order to do all these abominations. Has this house, which is called by my name, become a den of robbers in your eyes? Look, even I myself have seen it, declares Yahuwah. But go now to my place at Shiloh, where I set my name at the first, and see what I did to it because of the evil of my people Yisrael. And now, because you have done all these works, declares Yahuwah, and I spoke to you, rising up early and speaking, but you did not hear, and I called you, but you did not answer. I shall also do to this house which is called by my name, in which you trust, and to this place which I gave to you and your fathers as I did to Shiloh. And I shall cast you out of my presence, as I have cast out all your brothers, all the seed of Ephraim. And you do not pray for this people, nor lift up a cry or prayer for them, nor make intercession to me, for I do not hear you. Do you not see what they are doing in the cities of Yehudah and in the streets of Jerusalem? The children are gathering wood, the fathers are lighting the fire, and the women are kneading their dough to make cakes for the sovereigness of the heavens, and to pour out drink offerings to other mighty ones to provoke me. Is it me they are provoking, declares Yahuwah? Is it not themselves? Unto the shame of their own faces. Therefore thus said the Master Yahuwah, See, my displeasure and my wrath is poured out on this place, on man and on beast, and on the trees of the field, on the fruit of the ground, and it shall burn and not be quenched. Thus said Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, Add your ascending offerings to your slaughterings, and eat meat. For I did not speak to your fathers or command them in the day that I brought them out of the land of Mitzrayim, about matters of ascending offerings or slaughterings. But this word I did command them, saying, Obey my voice, and I shall be your Elohim, and you be my people, and walk in all the ways that I have commanded you, so that it be well with you. But they did not obey or incline their ear, but walked in the counsels, in the stubbornness of their own evil heart, and went backward and not forward. From the day that your fathers came out of the land of Mitzrayim until this day, I have even sent to you all my servants, the prophets, daily rising up early and sending them. But they did not obey me or incline their ear, but stiffened their neck. They did evil more than their fathers. And you shall speak all these words to them, though they do not listen to you. And you shall also call to them, though they do not answer you. But you shall say to them, This is a nation that did not obey the voice of Yahuwah their Elohim, nor did they accept instruction. Truth has perished, and has been cut off from their mouth. Cut off your hair, and throw it away, and take up a lamentation on the bare heights, for Yahuwah has rejected and forsaken the generation of his wrath. For the children of Yehudah have done what is evil in my eyes, declares Yahuwah. They have set their abominations in the house which is called by my name, to defile it. And they have built the high places of Topheth, which is in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to burn their sons and their daughters in the fire, which I did not command, nor did it come into my heart. Therefore, see, the days are coming, declares Yahuwah, when it shall no longer be called Topheth, or the valley of the son of Hinnom, but the valley of slaughter. For they shall bury in Topheth until there is no room left. And the corpses of this people shall be food for the birds of the heavens and for the beasts of the earth, with none to frighten them away. And in the cities of Yehuda, and in the streets of Jerusalem, I shall make to cease the voice of rejoicing and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom and the voice of the bride, for the land shall become a waste. Chapter 8. At that time, declares Yahuwah, they shall bring the bones of the sovereigns of Yehuda, and the bones of its heads, and the bones of the priests, and the bones of the prophets, and the bones of the inhabitants of Jerusalem out of their burial sites, and shall spread them before the sun, and the moon, and all the host of the heavens, which they have loved, and which they have served, and after which they have walked, which they have sought, and to which they have bowed themselves. They shall not be gathered nor buried. They shall be for dung on the face of the earth. And death shall be preferred to life by all the rest of those who remain of this evil people, who remain in all the places where I have driven them, declares Yahuwah of hosts. And you shall say to them, Thus said Yahuwah, would they fall and not rise? Does one turn away and not return? Why then has this people, Jerusalem, turned away in a continual backsliding? They are strengthened in deceit. They refuse to turn back. I have listened and heard, and they do not speak right. No man has repented of his evil, saying, What have I done? They all turn to their own course, like a horse rushing into battle. Even a stork in the heavens knows her appointed times, and a turtle dove, and a swallow, and a thrush guard the time of their coming. But my people do not know the right ruling of Yahuwah. How do you say, We are wise, and the Torah of Yahuwah is with us? But look, the false pen of the scribe has worked falsehood. The wise shall be put to shame. They shall be broken down and caught. See, they have rejected the word of Yahuwah. So what wisdom do they have? Therefore I give their wives to others, and their fields to possessing ones. For from the least even to the greatest, they are all greedy for gain. From the prophet to the priest, all act falsely. And they heal the breach of the daughter of my people slightly, saying, Peace, peace, when there is no peace. Were they ashamed when they had done abomination? No. They were not at all ashamed, nor did they know how to blush. So they shall fall among those who fall. They shall stumble in the time of their visitation, said Yahuwah. I shall snatch them away, declares Yahuwah. There are no grapes on the vine, nor figs on the fig tree, and the leaf has faded. And what I gave them shall pass away from them. Why are we sitting still? Gather yourselves, and let us go into the walled cities, and let us be silent there. For Yahuwah our Elohim has let us perish, and given us poisoned water to drink, because we have sinned against Yahuwah. We looked for peace, but there was no good, and for a time of healing, but see, fear. The snorting of his horses was heard from Dan. All the land shook at the sound of the neighing of his strong ones. They came and devoured the land, and all that fills it, the city and those who dwell in it. For look, I am sending among you serpents, adders, which have no enchanter, and they shall bite you, declares Yahuwah. When in grief I would seek comfort, my heart is sick within me. Observe the voice, the cry of the daughter of my people from a distant land. Is Yahuwah not in Zion? Is her sovereign not in her? Why have they provoked me with their carved images and with foreign worthlessness? The harvest is past, the summer is ended, and we have not been saved. For the breach of the daughter of my people, I have been broken. I have grown sad.
Astonishment has taken hold of me. Is there no balm in Gilead? Is there no healer there? Why has the healing of the daughter of my people not come? Chapter 9. Oh, that my head were waters, and my eyes a fountain of tears, and I would weep day and night for the slain of the daughter of my people. Oh, that I had in the wilderness a lodging place for wayfaring men, and I would leave my people and go from them. For they are all adulterers, an assembly of treacherous men, and they bend their tongue like a bow. Falsehood, and not truth, prevails on the earth. For they proceed from evil to evil, and they have not known me, declares Yahuwah. Let everyone beware of his neighbor, and not trust any brother. For every brother catches by the heel, and every neighbor walks with slanderers. And everyone deceives his neighbor, and no one speaks the truth. They have taught their tongue to speak falsehood, and have wearied themselves to crook. You live in the midst of deceit. Through deceit they have refused to know me, declares Yahuwah. Therefore thus said Yahuwah of hosts, See, I shall refine them, and shall try them. For what shall I do because of the daughter of my people? Their tongue is a slaying arrow. It speaks deceit, speaks peaceably to his neighbor with his mouth, but in his heart he sets his ambush. Would I not punish them for this, declares Yahuwah? Would I not avenge my being on such a nation as this? I shall take up a weeping and wailing for the mountains, and for the pastures of the wilderness a lamentation, because they have been burned up without passing over, nor has the voice of cattle been heard. Both the birds of the heavens and the beasts have fled, they have gone. And I shall make Jerusalem a heap of ruins, a habitation for jackals in the cities of Yehuda. I shall make a waste without an inhabitant. Who is the wise man that he understands this? And to whom has the mouth of Yahuwah spoken that he declares it? Why has the land perished? Has it been burned up like a wilderness with none passing through? And Yahuwah says, Because they have forsaken my Torah, which I set before them, and have not obeyed my voice, nor walked according to it, but they have walked according to the stubbornness of their own heart, and after the Baals which their fathers had taught them. Therefore thus said Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, See, I am making this people eat wormwood, and I shall make them drink poisoned water, and I shall scatter them among the nations, whom neither they nor their fathers have known, and I shall send a sword after them until I have consumed them. Thus said Yahuwah of hosts, Discern and call for the mourning women, that they come, and send for the wise women, that they come. And let them hasten and take up a wailing for us, and let our eyes run with tears, and our eyelids gush with water. For a voice of wailing is heard from Zion. How we are ravaged! We are greatly ashamed, because we have forsaken the land, because we have been thrown out of our dwellings. But hear the word of Yahuwah, O women, and let your ear receive the word of his mouth, and teach your daughters wailing, and each one her neighbor a lamentation. For death has come through our windows, has entered our palaces, cutting off children from the streets, and the young men from the squares. Speak, thus declares Yahuwah, the corpses of men shall fall as dung on the face of the field, like cuttings after the reaper, with none to gather them. Thus said Yahuwah, Let not the wise boast in his wisdom, let not the mighty boast in his might, nor let the rich boast in his riches, but let him who boast boast of this, that he understands and knows me, that I am Yahuwah, doing loving commitment, right ruling, and righteousness in the earth, for in these I delight, declares Yahuwah. See, the days are coming, declares Yahuwah, when I shall punish all circumcised with the uncircumcised, Mitzrayim and Yehuda, and Edom, and the children of Ammon, and Moab, and all those trimmed on the edges, who dwell in the wilderness. For all the nations are uncircumcised, and all the house of Yisrael are uncircumcised in heart. Chapter 10. Hear the word which Yahuwah speaks to you, O house of Yisrael. Thus said Yahuwah, do not learn the way of the nations. Do not be awed by the signs of the heavens, for the nations are awed by them. For the laws of these people are worthless. For one cuts a tree from the forest, work for the hands of a craftsman with a cutting tool. They beautify it with silver and gold. They strengthen it with nails and hammers so that it does not topple. They are like a rounded post, and they do not speak. They have to be carried because they do not walk. Do not be afraid of them, for they do no evil, nor is it in them to do any good. There is none like you, O Yahuwah. You are great, and great is your name in might. Who would not fear you, O sovereign of the nations? For this is your due. For among all the wise men of the nations, in all their reigns, there is none like you. They are both brutish and foolish. An instruction of worthlessness is the tree. Silver is beaten into plates. It is brought from Tarshish, and gold from Uphaz, the work of the craftsman and of the hands of the smith. Draped in blue and purple, all of them are the work of skilled ones. But Yahuwah is truly Elohim. He is the living Elohim and the everlasting sovereign. At his wrath the earth shakes, and nations are unable to stand his displeasure. Say to them this, the Elah that did not make the heavens and the earth shall perish from the earth and from under these heavens. He has made the earth by his power. He has established the world by his wisdom, and has stretched out the heavens by his understanding. When he makes his voice heard, there is a roaring of waters in the heavens, and he makes vapors rise from the ends of the earth. The lightnings for rain he has made, and brings wind from his treasuries. Everyone is brutish in knowledge. Every smith is put to shame by his idol. For his molded image is falsehood. There is no spirit in them. They are worthless, a work of mockery. In the time of their punishment they perish. The portion of Jacob is not like these, for he is the maker of all, and Yisrael is the tribe of his inheritance. Yahuwah of hosts is his name. Gather up your bundle from the ground, you who live under siege. For thus says Yahuwah, see, at this time I am hurling out the inhabitants of the land, and shall distress them so that they feel it. Woe to me for my breaking, my wound is grievous. But I say, this is my sickness, and I bear it. My tent has been ravaged, and all my cords have been broken. My children have gone from me, and they are no more. There is no one to pitch my tent anymore, or to set up my curtains. For the shepherds have become brutish, and they have not sought Yahuwah. Therefore they did not understand, and all their flocks scattered. See, it has come, the voice of a report and a great shaking out of the land of the north, to make the cities of Yehuda a waste, a habitation of jackals. O Yahuwah, I know the way of man is not in himself. It is not for man who walks to direct his own steps. O Yahuwah, chastise me, but with right ruling, not in your displeasure, lest you bring me to naught. Pour out your wrath on the nations who do not know you, and on the tribes who do not call on your name. For they have eaten up Jacob, devoured him, and consumed him, and laid waste his home. Chapter 11. The word that came to Yirmiyahu from Yahuwah, saying, Hear the words of this covenant, and speak to the men of Yehuda and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem. And you shall say to them, Thus said Yahuwah Elohim of Yisrael, Cursed is the man who does not obey the words of this covenant, which I commanded your fathers in the day when I brought them out of the land of Mitzrayim, from the iron furnace, saying, Obey my voice. And you shall do according to all that I command you, and you shall be my people, and I be your Elohim, in order to establish the oath which I have sworn to your fathers, to give them a land flowing with milk and honey, as it is this day. And I answered and said, Amen, Yahuwah. And Yahuwah said to me, Proclaim all these words in the cities of Yehuda, and in the streets of Jerusalem, saying, Hear the words of this covenant, and do them. For I earnestly warned your fathers in the day that I brought them up out of the land of Mitzrayim, until this day, rising early and warning, saying, "Obey my voice." But they did not obey or incline their ear, but everyone walked in the stubbornness of his evil heart. So I brought on them all the words of this covenant which I commanded them to do, and they did not do. And Yahuwah said to me, "There is a conspiracy among the men of Yehuda and among the inhabitants of Jerusalem. They have turned back to the crookednesses of their forefathers who refused to hear my words, and they have gone after other mighty ones to serve them. The house of Israel and the house of Yehuda have broken my covenant I made with their fathers. Therefore thus said Yahuwah, See, I am bringing evil on them, which they are unable to escape. Then they shall cry out to me, but I shall not listen to them. And the cities of Yehuda and the inhabitants of Jerusalem shall go and cry out to the mighty ones to whom they burn incense. But they shall bring no deliverance to them at all in the time of their evil. For your mighty ones have become as many as your cities, O Yehuda, and you have set up as many slaughter places to shame as there are streets in Jerusalem, slaughter places to burn incense to Baal. And you do not pray for this people, or lift up a cry or prayer for them, for I do not hear them in the time that they cry out to me because of their evil. Why should my beloved be in my house? She has done wickedness with many. And does the set-apart flesh remove your evil from you? Then you rejoice. Yahuwah has named you green olive tree, beautiful, of goodly fruit. With the noise of a great sound he has set it on fire, and its branches shall be broken. And Yahuwah of hosts, who planted you, has spoken evil against you for the evil of the house of Israel and of the house of Yehuda, which they have done against themselves to provoke me by burning incense to Baal. And Yahuwah made it known to me, and I know it. Then you showed me their deeds. But I was like a gentle lamb brought to the slaughter, and I did not know that they had plotted against me, saying, Let us destroy the tree with its fruit, and let us cut him off from the land of the living, and let his name be remembered no more. But Yahuwah of hosts, who judges righteously, who tries kidneys and heart, let me see your vengeance upon them, for unto you I have revealed my cause. Therefore thus said Yahuwah concerning the men of Anathoth, who are seeking your life, saying, Do not prophesy in the name of Yahuwah, lest you die by our hand. Therefore thus said Yahuwah of hosts, See, I am punishing them. The young men shall die by the sword, their sons and their daughters shall die by scarcity of food, and there shall be no remnant of them. For I bring evil on the men of Anathoth, the year of their punishment. Chapter 12. Righteous are you, O Yahuwah, when I plead with you. Indeed, let me speak with you about right rulings. Why has the way of the wrong prospered? All the workers of treachery are at ease. You have planted them, and they have taken root. They grow and they bear fruit. You are near in their mouth, but far from their kidneys. But you have known me, O Yahuwah. You see me, and you have tried my heart toward you. Draw them away like sheep for slaughter, and separate them for the day of slaughter. How long shall the land mourn, and the plants of every field wither? The beasts and birds are consumed for the evil of those who dwell there, because they said, He does not see our latter ending. If you have run with the footmen, and they have wearied you, then how do you contend with horses? And if in the land of peace you feel safe, then how do you manage in the Yarden jungle? For even your brothers, the house of your father, even they have betrayed you. Even they have cried aloud after you. Do not believe them. Even though they speak smooth words to you, I have forsaken my house. I have left my inheritance. I have given the beloved of my being into the hand of her enemies. My inheritance has become to me like a lion in the forest. It cries out against me. Therefore I have hated it. My inheritance to me like a speckled bird of prey. The birds of prey all around are against her. Go, gather all the beasts of the field, bring them to devour. Many shepherds have destroyed my vineyard. They have trodden my portion underfoot. They have made my pleasant portion become a deserted wilderness. They have laid it waste, a waste. It mourns to me. All the land is laid waste because no one takes it to heart. The ravagers have come on all the bare heights in the wilderness, for the sword of Yahuwah is devouring from one end of the land to the other end of the land. There is no peace to any flesh. They have sown wheat, but reaped thorns. They have exhausted themselves. They do not profit. And they shall be ashamed of your harvest because of the burning displeasure of Yahuwah. Thus said Yahuwah, as for all my evil neighbors who touch the inheritance which I have caused my people Yisrael to inherit, see, I am plucking them out of their land, and I shall pluck out of the house of Yehudah from their midst. And it shall be after my plucking them out, I shall return and have compassion on them, and bring them back, everyone to his inheritance, and everyone to his land. And it shall be, if they learn well the ways of my people, to swear by my name, as Yahuwah lives, as they taught my people to swear by Baal, then they shall be established in the midst of my people. But if they do not obey, I shall pluck up, and destroy that nation, declares Yahuwah. Chapter 13. Thus Yahuwah said to me, Go and get yourself a linen girdle, and put it on your loins, but do not put it in water. So I bought a girdle according to the word of Yahuwah, and put it on my loins. And the word of Yahuwah came to me the second time, saying, Take the girdle that you have bought, which is on your loins, and arise, go to the Euphrates, and hide it there in a hole in the rock. And I went and hid it by the Euphrates, as Yahuwah commanded me. And it came to be after many days that Yahuwah said to me, Arise, go to the Euphrates, and take from there the girdle which I commanded you to hide there. So I went to the Euphrates and dug, and I took the girdle from the place where I had hidden it. And there was the girdle, ruined. And it was completely useless. And the word of Yahuwah came to me, saying, Thus said Yahuwah, Thus I ruined the pride of Yehudah, and the great pride of Jerusalem. This evil people, who refuse to hear my words, who walk in the stubbornness of their heart, and walk after other mighty ones to serve them and to bow themselves to them, is like this girdle, which is completely useless. For as the girdle clings to the loins of a man, so I have caused all the house of Yisrael and all the house of Yehudah to cling to me, declares Yahuwah, to become mine, for a people and for a name and for a praise and for an adorning. But they did not listen. And you shall speak to them this word. Thus said Yahuwah, Elohim of Yisrael, every bottle is to be filled with wine. And when they say to you, Do we not know that every bottle should be filled with wine? Then say to them, Thus said Yahuwah, See, I am filling all the inhabitants of this land, and the sovereigns who sit on the throne of David, and the priests and the prophets and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem with drunkenness. And I shall dash them one against another, both the fathers and the sons together, declares Yahuwah. I do not spare nor pardon nor have compassion, that I should not destroy them. Listen and give ear. Do not be proud, for Yahuwah has spoken. Give esteem to Yahuwah your Elohim before he brings darkness, and before your feet stumble on the dark mountains. And while you are looking for light, he turns it into the shadow of death, makes it gross darkness. And if you do not listen, my being shall weep in secret for your pride. My eyes bitterly weep and run down with tears, because the flock of Yahuwah shall be taken captive. Say to the sovereign and to the sovereign's mother, Humble yourselves, sit down, for your rule, the crown of your comeliness has come down. The cities of the south shall be shut up with no one to open them. Yehudah shall be taken into exile, all of it. She shall be taken into exile completely. Lift up your eyes and see those who come from the north. Where's the flock that was given to you, your fair sheep? What would you say when he visits you? For you have taught them to be chiefs, to be head over you. Do not pain seize you like a woman in labor, And when you say in your heart, "Why has this come upon me?" it is because of your great crookedness that your skirts have been uncovered, your heels made bare. Does a Cushite change his skin, and a leopard its spots? You who are taught to do evil are also unable to do good. So I shall scatter them like stubble that passes away by the wind of the wilderness. This is your lot, your measured portion from me, declares Yahuwah. Because you have forgotten me and trusted in falsehood, I shall even draw your skirts over your face, and your shame shall be seen. Your adulteries and your neighings, the wickedness of your whoring. I have seen your abomination on the hills and the fields. Woe to you, O Jerusalem! How long before you would be made clean? Chapter 14. The word of Yahuwah that came to Yirmiyahu concerning the matter of droughts. Yehudah has mourned, and her gates have languished. They have mourned on the ground, and the cry of Jerusalem has gone up. And their nobles have sent their little ones for water. They went to the cisterns and found no water. They returned with their vessels empty. They were put to shame and blushed and covered their heads, because the ground became cracked, for there had been no rain in the land. The plowmen were put to shame. They covered their heads. Even the deer gave birth in the field, but left because there was no grass. And wild donkeys stood in the bare heights. They sniffed at the wind like jackals. Their eyes have failed because there was no grass. O Yahuwah, though our crookedness witness against us, act for your name's sake, for our backslidings have been many. We have sinned against you. O expectation of Yisrael, its Savior in time of distress, why should you be like a sojourner in the land, or like a traveler who turns aside to lodge? Why should you be as one who is stunned, as a mighty man that is unable to save? Yet you, O Yahuwah, are in our midst, and your name has been called on us. Do not leave us, thus said Yahuwah to this people. So they have loved to wander. They have not restrained their feet. Therefore Yahuwah has not accepted them. Now he does remember their crookedness and punish their sins. And Yahuwah said to me, Do not pray for this people for their good. When they fast, I do not hear their cry. And when they offer ascending offerings and grain offerings, I do not accept them. Instead, I am consuming them by sword and by scarcity of food and by pestilence. But I said, Master Yahuwah, see, the prophets say to them, You are not to see a sword, nor have scarcity of food, for I give you true peace in this place. Then Yahuwah said to me, The prophets prophesy falsehood in my name. I have not sent them, nor commanded them, nor spoken to them. They are prophesying to you a false vision, worthless divination, and the deceit of their own heart. Therefore thus said Yahuwah concerning the prophets who prophesy in my name, whom I did not send, and who say, Sword and scarcity of food shall not be in this land. By sword and scarcity of food those prophets shall be consumed, and the people to whom they are prophesying shall be thrown out in the streets of Jerusalem, because of the scarcity of food and the sword, with no one to bury them. Them nor their wives, their sons nor their daughters, for I shall pour their evil on them. And you shall say this word to them, Let my eyes flow with tears night and day, and let them not cease, for the maiden daughter of my people has been crushed with a mighty blow, with a very severe wound. If I go out to the field, then see those slain with the sword. And if I enter the city, then see those sick from scarcity of food. For both prophet and priest go about in a land they do not know. Have you completely rejected Yehudah? Has your being loathed Zion? Why have you stricken us so that there is no healing for us? We looked for peace, but there was no good, and for the time of healing, but see fear. O Yahuwah, we know our wrong, and the crookedness of our fathers, for we have sinned against you. Do not scorn us, for your name's sake. Do not despise the throne of your esteem. Remember, do not break your covenant with us. Are there among the worthless idols of the nations any causing rain? And do the heavens give showers? Are you not he, O Yahuwah our Elohim? And we wait for you. for you are the one who does all this. Chapter 15. And Yahuwah said to me, even if Moshe and Shemuel were to stand before me, my being is not towards this people. Send them away from my presence. Let them go. And it shall be when they say to you, where do we go? Then you shall say to them, thus said Yahuwah, those for death to death, and those for the sword to the sword, and those for scarcity of food to scarcity of food, and those for captivity to captivity. And I shall appoint over them 4 kinds, declares Yahuwah, the sword to kill, the dogs to drag, the birds of the heavens and the beasts of the earth to devour and destroy. And I shall make them a horror to all the reigns of the earth, on account of Manasseh, son of Hezekiah, sovereign of Yehudah, because of what he did in Jerusalem. For who has compassion on you, O Jerusalem, and who mourns for you, and who turns aside to ask how you are doing? You have forsaken me, declares Yahuwah. You have gone backward. Therefore I shall stretch out my hand against you and destroy you. I have been weary of relenting. And I shall winnow them with a winnowing fan in the gates of the land. And I shall bereave. I shall destroy my people. They would not turn back from their ways. Their widows shall be more numerous than the sand of the seas. I shall bring against them, against the mother of the young men, a ravager at noon. I shall cause agitation and sudden alarm to fall on her suddenly. She who has borne 7 shall pine away. She shall breathe her last. Her sun shall go down while it is yet day. She shall be put to shame and be humiliated. And the remnant I give up to the sword before their enemies, declares Yahuwah. Woe to me, my mother, that you have borne me, a man of strife and a man of contention all the earth. I have neither lent for interest, nor have men lent to me for interest. All of them are reviling me. Yahuwah said, did I not direct you for your good? Did I not intercede for you in a time of evil and in a time of distress against the enemy? Does one break iron or bronze from the north? Your wealth and your treasures I give as plunders, not for price, because of all your sins, even in all your borders. And I shall cause them to pass over with your enemies into a land which you did not know, for a fire is kindled in my displeasure, which burns upon you. You yourself know, O Yahuwah. Remember me and visit me, and take vengeance for me on those who persecute me. In your patience, do not take me away. Know that for you I have suffered reproach. Your words were found, and I ate them, and your word was to me the joy and the rejoicing of my heart. For your name is called on me, O Yahuwah Elohim of hosts. I have not sat in the company of mockers, nor do I exult. I've sat alone because of your hand, for you have filled me with displeasure. Why is my pain without end and my wound incurable, which refuses to be healed? Are you not to me like a failing stream, as waters not steadfast? Therefore thus said Yahuwah, if you turn back, then I shall bring you back. Before me you shall stand. And if you take out the precious from the worthless, you shall become as my mouth. Let them return to you, but do not return to them. And I shall make you to this people a strong bronze wall. And they shall fight against you, but not overcome you. For I am with you to save you and deliver you, declares Yahuwah. And I shall deliver you from the hand of evildoers, and I shall ransom you from the grip of the ruthless. Chapter 16. And the word of Yahuwah came to me, saying, do not take a wife, nor have sons or daughters in this place. For thus said Yahuwah concerning the sons and daughters who are born in this place, and concerning their mothers who bear them, and their fathers who bring them forth in this land. They shall die of deaths from diseases. They shall not be lamented, nor be buried, but be like dung on the face of the earth, and be consumed by sword and by scarcity of food. And their corpses shall be meat for the birds of the heavens and for the beasts of the earth. For thus said Yahuwah, do not enter the house of mourning, neither go to lament or mourn for them. For I have withdrawn my peace from this people, declares Yahuwah, even the loving commitment and the compassions. Both great and small shall die in this land. They shall not be buried, and no one shall lament for them, or cut themselves, or make themselves bald for them. Neither shall they break bread in mourning for them, to comfort them for the dead, nor give them the cup of comfort to drink for their father or their mother. Do not enter the house of feasting to sit with them, to eat and drink. For thus said Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, see, before your eyes, and in your days I am making the voice of rejoicing, and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom and the voice of the bride to cease in this place. And it shall be, when you declare to this people all these words, and they shall say to you, why has Yahuwah pronounced all this great evil against us? And what is our crookedness? And what is our sin that we have committed against Yahuwah, our Elohim? Then you shall say to them, because your fathers have forsaken me, declares Yahuwah, and have walked after other mighty ones, and served them, and bowed themselves to them, and have forsaken me, and did not guard my Torah. And you have done more evil than your fathers, for look, each one walks according to the stubbornness of his own evil heart, without listening to me. So I shall throw you out of this land, into a land that you do not know, neither you nor your fathers. And there you shall serve other mighty ones day and night, where I show you no favor. Therefore see, the days are coming, declares Yahuwah, when it is no longer said, Yahuwah lives, who brought up the children of Yisrael from the land of Mitzrayim. But Yahuwah lives, who brought up the children of Yisrael from the land of the north, and from all the lands where he had driven them. For I shall bring them back into their lands I gave to their fathers. See, I am sending for many fishermen, declares Yahuwah, and they shall fish them. And after that I shall send for many hunters, and they shall hunt them from every mountain and every hill, and out of the holes of the rocks. For my eyes are on all their ways. They have not been hidden from my face, nor has their crookedness been hidden from my eyes. And first I shall repay double for their crookedness and their sin, because they have defiled my land with the dead bodies of their disgusting matters, and have filled my inheritance with their abominations. O Yahuwah, my strength and my stronghold and my refuge in the day of distress, the nations shall come to you from the ends of the earth and say, our fathers have inherited only falsehood, futility, and there's no value in them. Would a man make mighty ones for himself, which are not mighty ones? Therefore, see, I am causing them to know. This time I cause them to know my hand and my might, and they shall know that my name is Yahuwah. Chapter 17. The sin of Yehuda is written with a pen of iron, engraved with the point of a diamond on the tablet of their heart, and on the horns of your slaughter places, and their asherim by the spreading trees on the high hills. My mountain in the field I give as plunder for your wealth, all your treasures, your high places of sin, throughout all your borders. And you, even of yourself, shall let go of your inheritance which I gave you, and I shall make you serve your enemies in a land which you have not known. For you have kindled a fire in my displeasure which burns forever. Thus said Yahuwah, cursed is the man who trusts in man, makes flesh his arm, and whose heart turns away from Yahuwah. For he shall be like a shrub in the desert, and not see when good comes, and shall inhabit the parched places in the wilderness, a salt land that is not inhabited. Blessed is the man who trusts in Yahuwah, and whose trust is Yahuwah. For he shall be like a tree planted by the waters, which spreads out its roots by the river, and does not see when heat comes. And his leaf shall be green, and in the year of drought he is not anxious, nor does he cease from yielding fruit. The heart is crooked above all, and desperately sick. Who shall know it? I, Yahuwah, search the heart. I try the kidneys, and give every man according to his ways, according to the fruit of his deeds. As a partridge that broods but does not hatch, so is he who gets riches, but not by right. It leaves him in the midst of his days, and at his end he is a fool. An esteemed throne, exalted from the beginning, is the place of our set-apart place. O Yahuwah, the expectation of Israel. All who forsake you are put to shame. Those who depart from me shall be written in the earth, because they have forsaken Yahuwah, the fountain of living waters. Heal me, O Yahuwah, so that I am healed. Save me, so that I am saved, for you are my praise. See, they say to me, where is the word of Yahuwah? Let it come now. And I have not run away from being a shepherd who follows you, nor have I longed for the desperately sick day. You yourself have known that which came out of my lips was before you. Do not be a ruin to me. You are my shelter in the day of evil. Let these who persecute me be put to shame, but do not let me be put to shame. Let them be broken, but do not let me be broken. Bring on them the day of evil, and destroy them with double destruction. Thus said Yahuwah to me, Go and stand in the gate of the children and of the people, by which the sovereigns of Yehuda come in and by which they go out, and in all the gates of Jerusalem. And you shall say to them, Hear the word of Yahuwah, you sovereigns of Yehuda, and all Yehuda and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem who enter by these gates. Thus said Yahuwah, Guard yourselves, and bear no burden on the Sabbath day, nor bring it in by the gates of Jerusalem, nor take a burden out of your houses on the Sabbath day, nor do any work. And you shall set apart the Sabbath day, as I commanded your fathers. But they did not obey, or incline their ear. And they made their necks stiff not to hear, and not to receive instruction. And it shall be, if you diligently obey me, declares Yahuwah, to bring in no burden through the gates of the city on the Sabbath day, and to set apart the Sabbath day to do no work in it. Then sovereigns and heads sitting on the throne of David shall enter in through the gates of the city, riding in chariots and on horses, they and their heads, the men of Yehuda and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. And this city shall be inhabited forever. And they shall come from the cities of Yehuda, and from the places around Jerusalem, and from the land of Benjamin, and from the low country, from the mountains, and from the south, bringing ascending offerings and slaughterings, grain offerings and incense, bringing offerings of praise to the house of Yahuwah. But if you do not obey me, to set apart the Sabbath day, and not to bear a burden when entering the gates of Jerusalem on the Sabbath day, then I shall kindle a fire in its gates, and it shall consume the palaces of Jerusalem, and not be quenched. Chapter 18. The word which came to Yirmiyahu from Yahuwah, saying, Arise and go down to the potter's house, and there I let you hear my words. So I went down to the potter's house and saw him doing a piece of work on the wheel. And the vessel that he made of clay was ruined in the hands of the potter. So he remade it into another vessel, as it seemed good to the potter to do. Then the word of Yahuwah came to me, saying, O house of Yisrael, am I not able to do with you as this potter, declares Yahuwah? Look, as the clay is in the hand of the potter, so are you in my hand, O house of Yisrael. The moment I speak concerning a nation and concerning a reign, to pluck up, to pull down, and to destroy it, and that nation shall turn from its evil because I have spoken against it, then I shall repent of the evil that I thought to do to it. And the moment I speak concerning a nation and concerning a reign, to build and to plant it, and it shall do evil in my eyes in not obeying my voice, then I shall repent concerning the good which I spoke of doing to it. And now speak to the men of Yehuda and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, saying, Thus said Yahuwah, See, I am forming evil and devising a plan against you. Return now every one from his evil way, and make your ways and your deeds good. But they say, It's no use, for we walk according to our own plans, and we do each one the stubbornness of his evil heart. Therefore thus said Yahuwah, Ask now among the nations, who has heard the like of this? The maiden of Israel has done what is most horrible. Does the snow of Lebanon cease from the rock of the field, or the strange, cool flowing waters dry up? But my people have forgotten me. They have burned incense to what is false, and they have stumbled from their ways, from the ancient paths, to walk in bypaths and not on a highway, to make their land become a ruin, a hissing forever. Everyone who passes by it is appalled and shakes his head. I shall scatter them as with an east wind before the enemy. I shall show them the back and not the face in the day of their calamity. Then they said, Come, and let us devise plans against Yirmiyahu, for the Torah shall not perish from the priest, nor counsel from the wise, nor the word from the prophet. Come, and let us strike him with the tongue, and let us not listen to any of his words. Attend to me, O Yahuwah, and listen to the voice of my adversaries. Should good be repaid with evil? For they have dug a pit for my life. Remember that I stood before you to speak good for them, and to turn away your wrath from them. So give their children over to scarcity of food, and hand them over to the power of the sword. Let their wives become widows and bereaved of their children. Let their men be killed to death, their young men be stricken by the sword in battle. And let a cry be heard from their houses when you bring a raiding party suddenly upon them, for they have dug a pit to take me and laid snares for my feet. But you, O Yahuwah, you know all their counsel against me to slay me. Do not pardon their crookedness, nor blot out their sin from your presence, and let them be overthrown before you. Deal with them in the time of your displeasure. Chapter 19. Thus said Yahuwah, Go and get a potter's earthen jug, and take some of the elders of the people, and some of the elders of the priests. Then you shall go out to the valley of the son of Hinnom, which is by the entry of the potsherd gate, and shall proclaim there the words that I speak to you, and shall say, Hear the word of Yahuwah, O sovereigns of Yehuda, and inhabitants of Jerusalem. Thus said Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, See, I am bringing evil on this place that makes the ears tingle of all who hear it, because they have forsaken me and have profaned this place, and have burned incense in it to other mighty ones, whom neither they nor their fathers nor the sovereigns of Yehuda have known. And they have filled this place with the blood of the innocent, and have built the high places of Baal, to burn their sons with fire for ascending offerings to Baal, which I did not command or speak, nor did it come into my heart. Therefore see, the days are coming, declares Yahuwah, that this place shall no more be called Topheth, or the valley of the son of Hinnom, but rather the valley of slaughter. And I shall pour out the counsel of Yehuda and Jerusalem in this place, and I shall make them fall by the sword before their enemies, and by the hands of those who seek their lives. And I shall give their corpses as meat for the birds of the heavens and for the beasts of the earth. And I shall make this city a ruin and a hissing. Everyone who passes by it is appalled, and hisses because of all its plagues. And I shall make them to eat the flesh of their sons, and the flesh of their daughters, and eat one another's flesh in the siege, and in the distress with which their enemies and those who seek their lives distress them. And you shall break the jug before the eyes of the men who go with you, and shall say to them, Thus said Yahuwah of hosts, Even so I break this people and this city as one breaks a potter's vessel, which one is unable to repair again. And let them bury them in Topheth, till there is no place to bury. This is what I shall do to this place, declares Yahuwah, and to its inhabitants, so as to make this city like Topheth. And the houses of Jerusalem and the houses of the sovereigns of Yehuda shall be as unclean as the place of Topheth, because of all the houses on whose roofs they have burned incense to all the hosts of the heavens, and poured out drink offerings to other mighty ones. And when Yirmiyahu returned from Topheth, where Yahuwah had sent him to prophesy, he stood in the courtyard of the house of Yahuwah, and said to all the people, Thus said Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, See, I am bringing on this city and on all her towns all the evil that I pronounced against it, because they have stiffened their necks, so as not to hear my words. Chapter 20. And Pashur, son of Immer, the priest who was also chief governor in the house of Yahuwah, heard that Yirmiyahu prophesied these words. And Pashur struck Yirmiyahu the prophet, and put him in the stocks that were in the high gate of Benjamin, which was by the house of Yahuwah. And it came to be on the next day that Pashur brought Yirmiyahu out of the stocks. And Yirmiyahu said to him, Yahuwah has not called your name Pashur, but Magor Misabib. For thus said Yahuwah, I am making you a fear to yourself and to all your loved ones. And they shall fall by the sword of their enemies while your eyes see it. And I shall give all Yehudah into the hand of the sovereign of Babel, and he shall exile them to Babel and strike them with the sword. And I shall give all the wealth of this city and all its labor and all its valuables and all the treasures of the sovereigns of Yehudah I give into the hand of their enemies, who shall plunder them, seize them, and shall bring them to Babel. And you, Pashur, and all who dwell in your house shall go into captivity and enter into Babel, and there you shall die, and be buried there, you and all your loved ones to whom you have prophesied falsehood. O Yahuwah, you enticed me, and I was enticed. You are stronger than I, and have prevailed. I have been ridiculed all day long. Everyone mocks me. For when I speak, I cry out, proclaiming violence and ruin. Because of the word of Yahuwah was made to me a reproach and a derision daily. Whenever I said, let me not mention him, nor speak in his name again, it was in my heart like a burning fire shut up in my bones, and I became weary of holding it back and was helpless. For I heard many mocking, fear on every side. Expose, they say. Yes, let us expose him. All my friends watched for my stumbling, saying, he might be lured away so that we prevail against him and take our vengeance on him. But Yahuwah is with me like a mighty, awesome one. Therefore my persecutors shall stumble and not prevail. They shall be greatly ashamed, for they have not acted wisely. An everlasting reproach never to be forgotten. But O Yahuwah of hosts, trying the righteous and seeing the kidneys and heart, let me see your vengeance on them, for I have revealed my cause to you. Sing to Yahuwah, praise Yahuwah, for he has delivered the being of the poor from the hand of the evil ones. Cursed be the day in which I was born. Let the day not be blessed in which my mother bore me. Let the man be cursed who brought news to my father, saying, a son, a male has been born to you, making him very glad. And let that man be like cities which Yahuwah overthrew, and repented not. Let him hear the cry in the morning and the shouting at noon, because I was not slain from the womb, so that my mother should have been my burial site in her womb forever great. Why did I come forth from the womb to see toil and sorrow, and spend my days in shame? Chapter 21. The word that came to Yirmiyahu from Yahuwah, when sovereign Zedekiyahu sent to him Pashur son of Malchiah, and Zephaniah the son of Maaseiah, the priest, saying, please inquire of Yahuwah on our behalf, for Nebuchadnezzar, sovereign of Babel, has started fighting against us. It might be that Yahuwah deals with us according to all his wondrous works, so that he withdraws from us. But Yirmiyahu said to them, say this to Zedekiyahu. Thus said Yahuwah Elohim of Yisrael, see, I am turning back the weapons of battle that are in your hands, with which you fight against the sovereign of Babel, and the Kasdim who besiege you outside the wall. And I shall gather them inside this city, and I myself shall fight against you with an outstretched hand, and with a strong arm, even in displeasure and rage and great wrath. And I shall strike the inhabitants of this city, both man and beast. Let them die of a great pestilence. And afterward, declares Yahuwah, I give Zedekiyahu, sovereign of Yehudah, his servants and the people, and such as are left in this city from the pestilence, and the sword and the scarcity of food, into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, sovereign of Babel, into the hand of their enemies, and into the hand of those who seek their life. And he shall strike them with the edge of the sword. He shall not pardon them, nor spare, nor have compassion. You shall also say to this people, thus said Yahuwah, see, I set before you the way of life and the way of death. Whoever stays in this city dies by the sword, by scarcity of food, and by pestilence. But whoever goes out and shall go over to the Kasdim who besiege you is going to live, and his life shall be as a prize to him. For I have set my face against this city for evil and not for good, declares Yahuwah. It is given into the hand of the sovereign of Babel, and he shall burn it with fire. And to the house of the sovereign of Yehuda say, Hear the word of Yahuwah, O house of David. Thus said Yahuwah, Render right ruling in the morning, and deliver him who has been robbed out of the hand of the oppressor, lest my wrath go out like fire and burn with no one to quench it, because of the evil of your deeds. See, I am against you, O inhabitant of the valley, rock of the plain, declares Yahuwah, who are saying, Who would come down against us? And who would come into our dwellings? And I shall punish you according to the fruit of your deeds, declares Yahuwah. And I shall kindle a fire in its forest, and it shall consume all that is around her. Chapter 22. Thus said Yahuwah, Go down to the house of the sovereign of Yehuda, and there you shall speak this word, and shall say, Hear the word of Yahuwah, O sovereign of Yehuda. You who sits on the throne of David, you and your servants and your people who enter these gates. Thus said Yahuwah, Do right ruling and righteousness, and deliver him who is robbed out of the hand of the oppressor. Do not maltreat, nor do violence to the sojourner, the fatherless or the widow, nor shed innocent blood in this place. For if you certainly do this word, then there shall enter in by the gates of this house sovereign sitting on the throne of David, riding on horses and in chariots, he and his servants and his people. But if you do not obey these words, I swear by myself, declares Yahuwah, that this house shall become a ruin. For thus said Yahuwah to the house of the sovereign of Yehuda, You are like Gilead to me, the head of Lebanon. But I shall make you a wilderness, and cities which are not inhabited. And I shall prepare destroyers against you, each with his weapons. And they shall cut down your choice cedars and throw them into the fire. And many nations shall pass by this city, and they shall say to one another, Why has Yahuwah done so to this great city? Then they shall say, Because they have forsaken the covenant of Yahuwah their Elohim, and bowed themselves to other mighty ones and served them. Do not weep for the dead, nor mourn for him. Weep bitterly for him who goes away, for he shall never come back, nor see the land of his birth. For thus said Yahuwah concerning Shallum, son of Yoshiyahu, sovereign of Yehuda, who reigned instead of Yoshiyahu his father, who went from this place. He shall never come back, for he shall die in the place where they have exiled him, and not see this land again. Woe to him who builds his house without righteousness, and his rooms without right ruling, who uses his neighbor's service without wages, and does not give him his wages, who says, I am going to build myself a wide house with spacious rooms, and cut out windows for it, paneling it with cedar and painting it red. Do you reign because you enclose yourself in cedar? Did not your father eat and drink and do right ruling and righteousness? Then it was well with him. He defended the cause of the poor and needy. Then it was well. Was this not to know me, declares Yahuwah? But your eyes and your heart are only upon your own greedy gain, and on shedding innocent blood, and on oppression, and on doing violence. Therefore thus said Yahuwah, concerning Jehoiakim, son of Yoshiyahu, sovereign of Yehuda, let them not lament for him. Alas, my brother, or alas, my sister. Let them not lament for him. Alas, master, or alas, his excellency. He shall be buried, the burial place of a donkey, dragged and thrown outside the gates of Jerusalem. Go up to Lebanon and cry out, and lift up your voice in Bashan, and cry from Abarim, for all your lovers are destroyed. I have spoken to you in your ease, but you said, I do not listen. This has been your way from your youth, for you did not obey my voice. Let all your shepherds be devoured by the wind, and your lovers go into captivity. Then you shall be ashamed and humiliated for all your evil. You who dwell in Lebanon, being nested in the cedars, how you shall groan when pangs come upon you, like the pains of a woman giving birth. As I live, declares Yahuwah, though Koniyahu, son of Jehoiakim, sovereign of Yehuda, were the signet of my right hand, I would still pull you off from there, and I shall give you into the hand of those who seek your life, and into the hand of those whose face you fear, into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, sovereign of Babel, and the hand of the Chassidim. And I shall hurl you out, and your mother who bore you, into another land where you were not born, and there you shall die. But they shall not return to the land to which their being yearns to return. Is this man Koniyahu a despised broken pot, or an undesirable vessel? Why are they hurled out, he and his descendants, and cast into a land which they do not know? O land, 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 hear the word of Yahuwah. Thus said Yahuwah, write this man down as childless, a strong man who is not to prosper in his days. For none of his descendants shall prosper, sitting on the throne of David, or rule any more in Yehuda. Chapter 23. Woe to the shepherds destroying and scattering the sheep of my pasture, declares Yahuwah. Therefore thus said Yahuwah, Elohim of Yisrael, against the shepherds who feed my people. You have scattered my flock, driven them away, and have not tended them. See, I am punishing you for the evil of your deeds, declares Yahuwah. Therefore I shall gather the remnant of my flock out of the lands where I have driven them, and shall bring them back to their fold, and they shall bear and increase. And I shall raise up shepherds over them, and they shall feed them, and they shall fear no more, nor be discouraged, nor shall be lacking, declares Yahuwah. See, the days are coming, declares Yahuwah, when I shall raise for David a branch of righteousness, and a sovereign shall reign and act wisely, and shall do right ruling and righteousness in the earth. In his days Yehudah shall be saved, and Yisrael dwell safely. And this is his name whereby he shall be called, Yahuwah, our righteousness. Therefore, see, the days are coming, declares Yahuwah, when they shall say no more, as Yahuwah lives, who brought up the children of Israel out of the land of Mitzrayim, but as Yahuwah lives, who brought up and led the seed of the house of Yisrael out of the land of the north, and from all the lands where I had driven them, and they shall dwell on their own soil. My heart within me is broken because of the prophets. All my bones shake. I'm like a drunken man, and like a man overcome by wine, because of Yahuwah, and because of his set-apart words. For the land is filled with adulterers, for the land mourns because of a curse. The pastures of the wilderness are dried up, and their course is evil, and their might is not right. For both prophet and priest have become defiled. Even in my house I have found their evil, declares Yahuwah. Therefore their way is to them like slippery ways in the dark. They are driven on, and they shall fall in them. For I bring evil on them, the year of their punishment, declares Yahuwah. And I have seen folly in the prophets of Shamaron. They prophesied by Baal and led my people Yisrael astray. And among the prophets of Jerusalem I have seen a horrible matter, committing adultery and walking in falsehood. And they strengthen the hands of evil ones, so that no one turns back from his evil. All of them are like Sodom to me, and her inhabitants like Amorah. Therefore thus said Yahuwah of hosts concerning the prophets, see, I am making them eat wormwood, and shall make them drink poisoned water. For defilement has gone out into all the land from the prophets of Jerusalem. Thus said Yahuwah of hosts, do not listen to the words of the prophets who prophesy to you. They lead you astray. They speak a vision of their own heart, not from the mouth of Yahuwah. They keep on saying to those who despise me, Yahuwah has said, you shall have peace. And to all who walk according to the stubbornness of their own heart, they say, no evil comes upon you. For who has stood in the counsel of Yahuwah, and has seen and heard his word? Who has listened to his word and obeyed it? See, a storm of Yahuwah shall go forth in a rage, a whirling storm. It whirls on the head of the wrong. The displeasure of Yahuwah shall not turn back until he has done and established the purpose of his heart. In the latter days you shall understand it perfectly. I do not send these prophets, yet they ran. I have not spoken to them, yet they prophesied. But if they had stood in my counsel, then they would have let my people hear my words, and they would have turned them from their evil way. and from the evil of their deeds. Am I an Elohim close by, declares Yahuwah, and not an Elohim afar off? If anyone is hidden in secret places, would I not see him, declares Yahuwah? Do I not fill the heavens and earth, declares Yahuwah? I have heard what the prophets have said, who prophesy falsehood in my name, saying, I have dreamed, I have dreamed. Till when shall it be in the heart of the prophets of falsehood, and the prophets of deceit of their own heart, who try to make my people forget my name by their dreams, which everyone relates to his neighbor, as their fathers forgot my name for Baal? The prophet who has a dream, let him relate the dream. And he who has my word, let him speak my word in truth. What is the chaff to the wheat, declares Yahuwah? Is not my word like a fire, declares Yahuwah, and like a hammer that shatters a rock? Therefore, see, I am against the prophets, declares Yahuwah, who steal my words, every one from his neighbor. See, I am against the prophets, declares Yahuwah, who use their tongues and say, He declares. See, I am against those who prophesy false dreams, declares Yahuwah, and relate them and lead my people astray by their falsehoods and by their reckless boasting. But I myself did not send them, nor have I commanded them, and they do not profit this people at all, declares Yahuwah. As for the prophet and the priest and the people who say, The message of Yahuwah, I shall punish that man and his house. This is what each one says to his neighbor and each one to his brother. What has Yahuwah answered, and what has Yahuwah spoken? But the message of Yahuwah you no longer remember, for every man's message is his own word. For you have changed the words of the living Elohim, Yahuwah of hosts our Elohim. This is what you say to the prophet. What has Yahuwah answered you, and what has Yahuwah spoken? But since you say, The message of Yahuwah, therefore thus said Yahuwah, because you say this word, the message of Yahuwah, and I have sent to you, saying, Do not say the message of Yahuwah. Therefore, see, I shall utterly forget you and cast you away from my presence, along with the city that I gave you and your fathers. And I shall put an everlasting reproach on you, and an everlasting shame that is not forgotten. Chapter 24. Yahuwah showed me, and look, there were 2 baskets of figs set before the Hekal of Yahuwah. And after Nebuchadnezzar, sovereign of Babel, had exiled Yechanyahu, son of Jehoiakim, sovereign of Yehuda, and the heads of Yehuda with the craftsmen and smiths from Jerusalem, and had brought them to Babel. 1 basket had very good figs, like the figs that are first ripe, and the other basket had very spoiled figs, which could not be eaten. They were so spoiled. And Yahuwah said to me, What do you see, Yirmiyahu? And I said, Figs, the good figs, very good, and the spoiled, very spoiled, which could not be eaten. They are so spoiled. Again the word of Yahuwah came to me, saying, Thus said Yahuwah, the Elohim of Yisrael, Like these good figs, so do I acknowledge the exiles of Yehuda, whom I have sent out of this place for their own good, into the land of the Kasdim. And I shall set my eyes on them for good, and shall bring them back to this land. And I shall build them and not pull them down, and shall plant them and not pluck them up. And I shall give them a heart to know me, that I am Yahuwah. And they shall be my people, and I shall be their Elohim, for they shall turn back to me with all their heart. And as the spoiled figs that could not be eaten because they are so spoiled, for thus said Yahuwah, so do I give up Zedekiah, the sovereign of Yehuda, his heads, the rest of Jerusalem who remain in this land, and those who dwell in the land of Mitzrayim. And I shall make them a horror to all the reigns of the earth, for evil, to be a reproach and a byword, a mockery and a curse in all the places to which I drive them. And I shall send the sword, the scarcity of food, and the pestilence among them, till they are consumed from the land that I gave to them and their fathers. Chapter 25. The word that came to Yirmiyahu concerning all the people of Yehuda. In the 4th year of Jehoiakim, son of Yoshiyahu, the sovereign of Yehuda,
which was the first year of Nebuchadnezzar, sovereign of Babel, which Yirmiyahu the prophet spoke to all the people of Yehuda, and to all the inhabitants of Jerusalem, saying, From the 13th year of Yeshayahu son of Ammon, sovereign of Yehuda, even to this day, this is the 23rd year in which the word of Yahuwah has come to me, and I have spoken to you, rising early and speaking, but you have not listened. Moreover, Yahuwah has sent to you all his servants the prophets, rising early and sending them, but you have not listened nor inclined your ear to hear, saying, Turn back now everyone from his evil way, from the evil of your deeds, and dwell on the soil which Yahuwah has given to you, and your fathers forever and ever. And do not go after other mighty ones to serve them, and to bow down to them, and do not provoke me with the works of your hands, so that I do you no evil. But you do not listen to me, declares Yahuwah, so as to provoke me with the works of your hands, for your own evil. Therefore, thus said Yahuwah of hosts, because you did not obey my words, see, I am sending and taking all the tribes of the north, declares Yahuwah, and Nebuchadnezzar, sovereign of Babel, my servant, and shall bring them against this land and against its inhabitants, and against these nations all around, and shall put them under the ban, and make them an astonishment, and a hissing, and everlasting ruins. And I shall banish from them the voice of rejoicing, and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom, and the voice of the bride, the sound of the millstones, and the light of the lamp. And all this land shall be a ruin and a waste, and these nations shall serve the sovereign of Babel 70 years. And it shall be when 70 years are completed, that I shall punish the sovereign of Babel, and that nation, the land of the Kasdim, for their crookedness, declares Yahuwah, and shall make it everlasting ruins. And I shall bring on that land all my words which I have pronounced against it, all that is written in this book which Yirmiyahu has prophesied concerning all the nations. For they too shall be enslaved by many nations and great sovereigns, and I shall repay them according to their deeds and according to the works of their hands. For thus said Yahuwah Elohim of Yisrael to me, Take this wine cup of wrath from my hand, and make all the nations to whom I send you drink it. And they shall drink and shake and go mad because of the sword that I am sending among them. I then took the cup from the hand of Yahuwah, and made all the nations drink to whom Yahuwah had sent me, namely Jerusalem and the cities of Yehuda, and its sovereigns, its heads, to make them a ruin, an object of astonishment, a hissing and a curse, as it is this day. Pharaoh, sovereign of Mitzrayim, and his servants and his heads, and all his people, and all the mixed multitude, and all the sovereigns of the land of Uz, and all the sovereigns of the land of the Philistines, even Ashkelon and Azah and Ekron, and the remnant of Ashdod, Edom and Moab, and the children of Ammon, and all the sovereigns of Zor, and all the sovereigns of Zidon, and the sovereigns of the coastlands which are beyond the sea, Dedan and Tema, and Buz, and all who are in the farthest corners, and all the sovereigns of Arabia, and all the sovereigns of the mixed multitude who dwell in the wilderness, and all the sovereigns of Zimri, and all the sovereigns of Elam, and all the sovereigns of the Medes, and all the sovereigns of the north, far and near, one with another, and all the reigns of the earth which are on the face of the ground. Also the sovereign of Shishak shall drink after them. And you shall say to them, Thus said Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, Drink, be drunk, and vomit, fall and rise no more because of the sword which I am sending among you. And it shall be, when they refuse to take the cup from your hand to drink, then you shall say to them, Thus said Yahuwah of hosts, You shall drink. For look, I am beginning to bring evil upon the city which is called by my name. And should not you be entirely unpunished? You are not going unpunished, for I am calling for a sword on all the inhabitants of the earth, declares Yahuwah of hosts. And you shall prophesy against them all these words, and say to them, Yahuwah roars from on high, and utters his voice from his set-apart dwelling place. He roars mightily over his fold, a shout as those who tread the grapes against all the inhabitants of the earth. Tumult shall come to the ends of the earth, for Yahuwah has a controversy with the nations. he shall enter into judgment with all flesh. The wrong he shall give to the sword, declares Yahuwah. Thus said Yahuwah of hosts, See, evil is going forth from nation to nation, and a great whirlwind is raised up from the farthest parts of the earth. And in that day the slain of Yahuwah shall be from one end of the earth even to the other end of the earth. They shall not be lamented or gathered or buried, for they are dung on the face of the ground. Howl, you shepherds, and cry, and roll yourselves in the ashes, you leaders of the flocks. For the days of your slaughter and your scatterings are completed, and you shall fall like a choice vessel, and a place of refuge shall perish from the shepherds and escape from the leaders of the flock. Hear the cry of the shepherds and a wailing of the leaders of the flock, for Yahuwah is ravaging their pasture, and the pastures of peace shall be cut down because of the burning displeasure of Yahuwah. Like a lion he shall leave his hiding place, for their land shall become a waste because of the sword of oppressors, and because of his burning displeasure. Chapter 26. In the beginning of the reign of Jehoiakim, the son of Yoshiyahu, the sovereign of Yehuda, this word came from Yahuwah, saying, Thus said Yahuwah, Stand in the courtyard of the house of Yahuwah, and speak to all the cities of Yehuda, which come to bow themselves in the house of Yahuwah, and all the words that I command you to speak to them. Do not diminish a word. If so be that they listen and each turn from his evil way, then I shall repent of the evil that I plan to do to them, because of the evil of their deeds. And you shall say to them, Thus said Yahuwah, If you do not listen to me, to walk in my Torah which I set before you, to listen to the words of my servants the prophets I am sending you, even rising up early and sending them, though you have not listened, then I shall make this house like Shiloh, and make this city a curse to all the nations of the earth. And the priests and the prophets and all the people heard Yirmiyahu speaking these words in the house of Yahuwah. And it came to be when Yirmiyahu had ended speaking all that Yahuwah had commanded him to speak to all the people, that the priests and the prophets and all the people seized him, saying, You shall certainly die. Why have you prophesied in the name of Yahuwah, saying, This house shall be like Shiloh, and this city be dried up without inhabitant? And all the people were gathered against Yirmiyahu in the house of Yahuwah. And the heads of Yehuda heard this, and they came up from the sovereign's house to the house of Yahuwah, and sat down in the entrance of the new gate of the house of Yahuwah. And the priests and the prophets spoke to the heads and all the people, saying, A death sentence for this man, for he has prophesied against this city as you have heard with your ears. And Yirmiyahu spoke to all the heads and all the people, saying, Yahuwah sent me to prophesy against this house, and against this city with all the words you heard. And now make good your ways and your deeds, and obey the voice of Yahuwah your Elohim. Then Yahuwah shall relent concerning the evil he has pronounced against you. And look, I am in your hand. Do with me as seems good and right to you. But know for certain that if you put me to death, you are bringing innocent blood on yourselves, and on this city, and on its inhabitants. For truly Yahuwah has sent me to you, to speak all these words in your hearing. Then the heads and all the people said to the priests and the prophets, No death sentence for this man, for he has spoken to us in the name of Yahuwah our Elohim. And some of the elders of the land rose up and spoke to all the assembly of the people, saying, Micaiah of Morasheth prophesied in the days of Hezekiyahu, the sovereign of Yehuda, and he spoke to all the people of Yehuda, saying, Thus said Yahuwah of hosts, Zion shall become a plowed field, and Jerusalem be heaps, and the mountain of the house like the bare hills of the forest. Did Hezekiyahu, sovereign of Yehuda, and all Yehuda indeed put him to death? Did he not fear Yahuwah, and seek the favor of Yahuwah? And the master relented concerning the evil which he had pronounced against them. But we are doing great evil against ourselves. There was, however, a man who prophesied in the name of Yahuwah, Uriyahu, the son of Shemiyahu of Kiriath Ye'arim, who prophesied against this city and against this land according to all the words of Yirmiyahu. And when Jehoiakim the sovereign with all his mighty men and all the heads heard his words, the sovereign sought to put him to death. But Uriyahu heard of it, and was afraid, and fled, and went to Mitzrayim. Then Jehoiakim the sovereign sent men to Mitzrayim, Elnathan the son of Achbor, and some men who went with him to Mitzrayim. And they brought Uriyahu from Mitzrayim, and brought him to Jehoiakim the sovereign, who struck him with the sword, and threw his dead body into the burial sites of the common people. However, the hand of Ahikam son of Shaphan was with Yirmiyahu, so as not to give him into the hand of the people to put him to death. Chapter 27. In the beginning of the reign of Jehoiakim son of Yoshiyahu, the sovereign of Yehuda, this word came to Jeremiah from Yahuwah, saying, This is what Yahuwah said to me, Make for yourself bands and yokes, then you shall put them on your neck, and shall send them to the sovereign of Edom, and the sovereign of Moab, and the sovereign of the Ammonites, and the sovereign of Zor, and the sovereign of Zidon, by the hand of the messengers who come to Jerusalem, to Zedekiyahu the sovereign of Yehuda. And you shall command them to say to their masters, Thus said Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, Say this to your masters, I have made the earth, the man and the beast that are on the face of the earth, by my great power, and by my outstretched arm, and I shall give it to whom it seemed right in my eyes. And now I have given all these lands into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, the sovereign of Babel, my servant, and the beasts of the field I have also given him to serve him. And all the nations shall serve him, and his son, and his son's son, until the time of his land comes. And then many nations and great sovereigns shall make him serve them. And it shall be the nation in the reign that do not serve Nebuchadnezzar the sovereign of Babel, and the one that does not put its neck under the yoke of the sovereign of Babel, that nation I shall punish, declares Yahuwah, with the sword, and the scarcity of food, and the pestilence, until I have consumed them by his hand. So do not listen to your prophets, or to your diviners, or to your dreamers, or to your observers of clouds, or your sorcerers who speak to you, saying, Do not serve the sovereign of Babel. For they are prophesying falsehood to you, to remove you far from your land. And I shall drive you out, and you shall perish. But the nation that brings their necks under the yoke of the sovereign of Babel, and serve him, I shall leave in their own land, declares Yahuwah. And they shall till it, and dwell in it. And I spoke to Zedekiah, the sovereign of Yehuda, according to all these words, saying, Bring your necks under the yoke of the sovereign of Babel, and serve him and his people, and live. Why should you die, you and your people, by the sword, by the scarcity of food, and by the pestilence, as Yahuwah has spoken against the nation that does not serve the sovereign of Babel? Do not listen to the words of the prophets who speak to you, saying, Do not serve the sovereign of Babel, for they prophesy falsehood to you. For I have not sent them, declares Yahuwah, yet they prophesy falsehood in my name, in order that I drive you out. Then you shall perish, you and the prophets who prophesy to you. Then I spoke to the priests and to all this people, saying, Thus said Yahuwah, Do not listen to the words of your prophets, who are prophesying to you, saying, See, the vessels of the house of Yahuwah are brought back from Babel, soon now. For they prophesy falsehood to you. Do not listen to them. Serve the sovereign of Babel and live. Why should this city become a ruin? But if they are prophets, and if the word of Yahuwah is with them, then let them make intercession to Yahuwah of hosts, that the vessels which are left in the house of Yahuwah, and in the house of the sovereign of Yehuda, and at Jerusalem shall not go to Babel. For thus said Yahuwah of hosts, concerning the columns, and concerning the sea, and concerning the stands, and concerning the remainder of the vessels which are left in this city, which Nebuchadnezzar the sovereign did not take when he exiled Jeconiah the son of Jehoiakim the sovereign of Yehuda from Jerusalem to Babel, and all the nobles of Yehuda and Jerusalem. Thus said Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, concerning the vessels that remain in the house of Yahuwah, and in the house of the sovereign of Yehuda and of Jerusalem. They shall be brought to Babel, and be there until the day that I visit them, declares Yahuwah. Then I shall bring them back and restore them to this place. Chapter 28. And it came to be in that year, at the beginning of the reign of Zedekiah, sovereign of Yehuda, in the 4th year and in the 5th new moon, that Hananiah, son of Azur the prophet, who was from Gibon, spoke to me in the house of Yahuwah in the presence of the priests and of all the people, saying, Thus spoke Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, saying, I have broken the yoke of the sovereign of Babel. Within 2 years I am going to bring back to this place all the vessels of the house of Yahuwah that Nebuchadnezzar, sovereign of Babel, removed from this place and took to Babel. And I am going to bring back to this place Jeconiah, son of Jehoiakim, sovereign of Yehuda, with all the exiles of Yehuda who went to Babel, declares Yahuwah, for I am going to break the yoke of the sovereign of Babel. Then the prophet Jeremiah spoke to the prophet Hananiah in the presence of the priests and in the presence of all the people who stood in the house of Yahuwah. And the prophet Jeremiah said, Amen. Yahuwah do so. Yahuwah, establish your words which you have prophesied to bring back the vessels of the house of Yahuwah and all the exiles from Babel to this place. Only hear now this word that I speak in your hearing and in the hearing of all the people. The prophets who have been before me and before you of old prophesied against many lands and great reigns of battle and of evil and of pestilence. The prophet who prophesies of peace when the word of the prophet comes to pass, that prophet is known as one whom Yahuwah has truly sent. And Hananiah the prophet took the yoke off the prophet Jeremiah's neck and broke it. And Hananiah spoke in the presence of all the people, saying, Thus said Yahuwah, So I shall break the yoke of Nebuchadnezzar, sovereign of Babel, from the neck of the nations within 2 years. And the prophet Jeremiah went his way. And the word of Yahuwah came to Jeremiah after Hananiah the prophet had broken the yoke from the neck of the prophet Jeremiah, saying, Go and speak to Hananiah, saying, Thus said Yahuwah, You have broken the yokes of wood, but you shall make yokes of iron instead. For thus said Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, I have put a yoke of iron on the neck of all these nations, to serve Nebuchadnezzar, sovereign of Babel, and they shall serve him. And I have also given him the beasts of the field. And the prophet Jeremiah said to Hananiah the prophet, Listen, please, Hananiah, Yahuwah has not sent you, but you have made this people trust in falsehood. Therefore thus said Yahuwah, See, I am sending you away from the face of the earth. This year you shall die, for you have spoken apostasy against Yahuwah. And Hananiah the prophet died the same year in the 7th new moon. Chapter 29. And these are the words of the letter which Jeremiah the prophet sent from Jerusalem to the rest of the elders of the exile, and to the priests, and to the prophets, and to all the people whom Nebuchadnezzar had exiled from Jerusalem to Babel. After Jeconiah the sovereign, and the sovereigness mother, and the eunuchs, and the heads of Yehuda and Jerusalem, and the craftsmen and the smiths had gone into exile from Jerusalem, by the hand of Elasah, son of Shaphan, and Jeremiah, the son of Hilkiah, whom Zedekiah, sovereign of Yehuda, sent to Babel, to Nebuchadnezzar, the sovereign of Babel, saying, Thus said Yahuwah of hosts, Elohim of Yisrael, to all the exiles whom I exiled from Jerusalem to Babel, Build houses and dwell in them, plant gardens and eat their fruit. Take wives and bring forth sons and daughters, and take wives for your sons and give your daughters to husbands, and let them bear sons and daughters, and be increased there, and not diminished. And seek the peace of the city where I have exiled you, and pray to Yahuwah for it, for in its peace you have peace. For thus said Yahuwah of hosts, Elohim of Yisrael, Let not your prophets and your diviners who are in your midst deceive you, neither listen to the dreams which you are dreaming. For they are prophesying falsely to you in my name. I have not sent them, declares Yahuwah. For thus said Yahuwah, When 70 years are completed at Babel, I shall visit you and establish my good word toward you, to bring you back to this place. I know the plans I am planning for you, declares Yahuwah, plans of peace and not of evil, to give you a future and an expectancy. Then you shall call on me, and shall come and pray to me, and I shall listen to you. And you shall seek me, and shall find me, when you search for me with all your heart. And I shall be found by you, declares Yahuwah. And I shall turn back your captivity, and gather you from all the nations, and from all the places where I have driven you, declares Yahuwah. And I shall bring you back to the place from which I have exiled you, because you have said, Yahuwah has raised up prophets for us in Babel. Thus said Yahuwah, concerning the sovereign who sits on the throne of David, concerning all the people who dwell in this city, and concerning your brothers who have not gone out with you into exile. Thus said Yahuwah of hosts, see, I am sending on them the sword, the scarcity of food, and the pestilence. And I shall make them like spoiled figs, so spoiled as to be uneatable. And I shall pursue them with the sword, with scarcity of food, and with pestilence. And I shall make them a horror among all the reigns of the earth, to be a curse, and an astonishment, and a hissing, and a reproach among all the nations where I have driven them. For they did not heed my words, declares Yahuwah, which I sent to them by my servants the prophets, rising up early and sending them. Yet you did not listen, declares Yahuwah. You therefore hear the word of Yahuwah, all you exiles, whom I have sent from Jerusalem to Babel. Thus said Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, concerning Ehab, son of Koelah, and Zedekiah, son of Maaseiah, who are prophesying falsely to you in my name. See, I am giving them into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, sovereign of Babel, and he shall strike them before your eyes. And because of them, all the exiles of Yehudah who are in Babel shall use a curse, saying, Yahuwah make you like Zedekiah and Ahab, whom the sovereign of Babel roasted in the fire, because they have done wickedness in Yisrael, and committed adultery with their neighbors' wives, and have spoken a word in my name falsely, which I have not commanded them. And I am he who knows, and a witness, declares Yahuwah. And speak to Shemiyahu, the Nehemalite, saying, Thus speaks Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, saying, Because you have sent letters in your name to all the people who are at Jerusalem, to Zephaniah, son of Maaseiah, the priest, and to all the priests, saying, Yahuwah has made you priests instead of Jehoiada, the priest, so that you are overseers in the house of Yahuwah, over everyone who is mad, and makes himself a prophet, that you should put him in the stocks and in the iron collar. So why have you not reproved Yirmiyahu of Anathoth, who makes himself a prophet to you? For he has sent to us in Babel, saying, This captivity is long. Build houses and dwell in them, and plant gardens and eat their fruit. And Zephaniah the priest read this letter in the hearing of Yirmiyahu the prophet. Then the word of Yahuwah came to Yirmiyahu, saying, Send to all those in exile, saying, Thus said Yahuwah concerning Shemaiah the Nehemalite, because Shemaiah has prophesied to you, and I have not sent him, and he has made you to trust on falsehood. Therefore, thus said Yahuwah, See, I am bringing punishment upon Shemaiah the Nehemalite and his seed. He shall have no one to dwell among this people, nor is he to see the good that I am about to do for my people, declares Yahuwah, because he has spoken apostasy against Yahuwah. Chapter 30. The word that came to Yirmiyahu from Yahuwah, saying, Thus spoke Yahuwah Elohim of Yisrael, saying, Write in a book for yourself all the words that I have spoken to you. For look, the days are coming, declares Yahuwah, when I shall turn back the captivity of my people Yisrael and Yehudah, declares Yahuwah. And I shall bring them back to the land that I gave to their fathers, and let them possess it. And these are the words Yahuwah spoke concerning Yisrael and Yehudah. For this is what Yahuwah said, We have heard a voice of trembling, of fear and not of peace. Ask now and see if a man is giving birth. Why do I see every man with his hands on his loins like a woman in labor, and all faces turned pale? Oh, for great is that day, there is none like it. And it is the time of Jacob's distress, but he shall be saved out of it. And it shall be in that day, declares Yahweh of hosts, that I break his yoke from your neck, and tear off your bonds, and strangers no more enslave them. And they shall serve Yahuwah their Elohim, and David their sovereign, whom I raise up for them. And you, do not fear, O Jacob, my servant, declares Yahuwah, nor be discouraged, O Yisrael. For look, I am saving you from afar, and your seed from the land of their captivity. And Jacob shall return and have rest, and be at ease with no one to trouble him. For I am with you, declares Yahuwah, to save you. Though I make a complete end of all nations where I have scattered you, yet I do not make a complete end of you. But I shall reprove you in judgment, and by no means leave you unpunished. For thus said Yahuwah, your breach is incurable, your wound is grievous. No one pleads your cause to bind up. There are no healing medicines for you. All those loving you have forgotten you. They do not seek you. For I struck you as an enemy strikes, with cruel chastisement, because your crookedness is great, your sins have increased. Why do you cry about your breach? Your pain is incurable because of your many crookednesses, because your sins have increased. I have done this to you. However, those who devour you shall be devoured, and all your adversaries, every one of them, shall go into captivity. And those who exploit you shall be exploited, and all who prey upon you I shall make a prey. For I restore health to you, and heal you of your wounds, declares Yahuwah. For they have called you an outcast, saying, This is Zion. No one is seeking her. Thus said Yahuwah, See, I turn back the captivity of Jacob's tents, and have compassion on his dwelling places. And the city shall be built upon its own mound, and the palace stand on its right place. And out of them shall arise thanksgiving, and the voice of those who are laughing. And I shall increase them, and they shall not diminish. And I shall esteem them, and they shall not be small. And his children shall be as before, and his congregation shall be established before me. And I shall punish all who oppress them. And his prince shall be from him, and his ruler shall come from among him. And I shall bring him near, and he shall approach me. For who is this who pledged his heart to approach me, declares Yahuwah? And you shall be my people, and I shall be your Elohim. See, the storm of Yahuwah shall go forth in a rage, a whirling storm. It bursts upon the head of the wrong. The burning displeasure of Yahuwah shall not turn back until he has done and established the purpose of his heart. In the latter days you shall understand it. Chapter 31. At that time, declares Yahuwah, I shall be the Elohim of all the clans of Yisrael, and they shall be my people. Thus said Yahuwah, a people escaped from the sword found favor in the wilderness. Yisrael, when it went to find rest, Yahuwah appeared to me from afar, saying, I have loved you with an everlasting love. Therefore I shall draw you with loving commitment. I am going to build you again, and you shall be rebuilt, O maiden of Yisrael. Again you shall take up your tambourines and go forth in the dances of those who rejoice. Again you shall plant vines on the mountains of Shamaron. The planter shall plant and treat them as common. For there shall be a day when the watchmen cry out on Mount Ephraim, Arise, and let us go up to Zion, to Yahuwah our Elohim. For thus said Yahuwah, Sing with gladness for Jacob, and shout among the chief of the nations. Cry out, give praise, and say, O Yahuwah, save your people, the remnant of Yisrael. See, I am bringing them from the land of the north, and shall gather them from the ends of the earth, among them the blind and the lame, those with child and those in labor, together, a great assembly returning here. With weeping they shall come, and with their prayers I bring them. I shall make them walk by rivers of waters in a straight way in which they do not stumble. For I shall be a father to Yisrael, and Ephraim, he is my firstborn. Hear the word of Yahuwah, O nations, and declare it in the isles afar off, and say, He who scattered Yisrael gathers him, and shall guard him as a shepherd his flock. For Yahuwah shall ransom Jacob, and redeem him from the hand of one stronger than he. And they shall come in and shall sing on the height of Zion, and stream to the goodness of Yahuwah, for grain, and for new wine, and for oil, and for the young of the flock and the herd. And their being shall be like a well-watered garden, and never languish again. Then shall a maiden rejoice in a dance, and young men and old, all together. And I shall turn their mourning to joy, and shall comfort them, and shall make them rejoice from their sorrow, and shall fill the being of the priests with fatness, and my people shall be satisfied with my goodness, declares Yahuwah. Thus said Yahuwah, a voice was heard in Ramah, wailing, bitter weeping, Rachel weeping for her children, refusing to be comforted for her children, because they are no more. Thus said Yahuwah, hold back your voice from weeping, and your eyes from tears, for there is a reward for your work, declares Yahuwah. And they shall return from the land of the enemy, and there is expectancy for your latter end, declares Yahuwah, and your children shall return to their own country. I have clearly heard Ephraim lamenting. You have chastised me, and I was chastised like an untrained calf. Turn me back, and I shall turn back, for you are Yahuwah my Elohim. For after my turning back I repented, and after I was instructed I struck myself on the thigh. I was ashamed, even humiliated, for I bore the reproach of my youth. Is Ephraim a precious son to me, a child of delights? For though I spoke against him, I still remembered him. That is why my affections were deeply moved for him. I have great compassion for him, declares Yahuwah. Set up signposts, make landmarks, set your heart toward the highway, the way in which you went. Turn back, O maiden Yisrael, turn back to these cities of yours. Till when would you turn here and there, O backsliding daughter? For Yahuwah has created what is new on earth. A woman encompasses a man. Thus said Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael. Let them once again say this word in the land of Yehudah and in its cities. When I turn back their captivity, Yahuwah bless you, O home of righteousness, mountain of set-apartness. And in Yehudah and all its cities, farmers and those who journey with flocks shall dwell together. For I shall fill the weary being, and I shall replenish every grieved being. At this I awoke and looked around, and my sleep was sweet to me. See, the days are coming, declares Yahuwah, that I shall sow the house of Yisrael and the house of Yehudah with the seed of man and the seed of beast. And it shall be that as I have watched over them to pluck up and to break down and to throw down and to destroy and to afflict, so I shall watch over them to build and to plant, declares Yahuwah. In those days they shall no longer say, the fathers ate sour grapes and the children's teeth are blunted. But each one shall die for his own crookedness. Whoever eats sour grapes, his teeth shall be blunted. See, the days are coming, declares Yahuwah, when I shall make a renewed covenant with the house of Yisrael and with the house of Yehudah, not like the covenant which I made with their fathers in the day when I strengthened their hand to bring them out of the land of Mitzrayim, my covenant which they broke, though I was a husband to them, declares Yahuwah. For this is the covenant I shall make with the house of Israel. After those days, declares Yahuwah, I shall put my Torah in their inward parts and write it on their hearts. And I shall be their Elohim, and they shall be my people. And no longer shall they teach each one his neighbor, and each one his brother, saying, Know Yahuwah. For they shall all know me, from the least of them to the greatest of them, declares Yahuwah. For I shall forgive their crookednesses, and remember their sin no more. Thus said Yahuwah, who gives the sun for a light by day, and the laws of the moon and the stars for a light by night, who stirs up the sea, and its waves roar. Yahuwah of hosts is his name. If these laws vanish from before me, declares Yahuwah, then the seed of Yisrael shall also cease from being a nation before me forever. Thus said Yahuwah, if the heavens above could be measured, and the foundations of the earth searched out beneath, I would also cast off all the seed of Yisrael for all that they have done, declares Yahuwah. See, the days are coming, declares Yahuwah, that the city shall be built for Yahuwah, from the tower of Hananel to the corner gate. And the measuring line shall again extend straight ahead to the hill Gareb. Then it shall turn toward Goah, and all the valley of the dead bodies, and of the ashes, and of all the fields, as far as the Wadi Kidron, to the corner of the house gate toward the east, is to be set apart to Yahuwah. It shall not be plucked up or thrown down any more forever. Chapter 32. The word that came to Yirmiyahu from Yahuwah in the 10th year of Zedekiah, sovereign of Yehuda, which was the 18th year of Nebuchadnezzar. Now at that time the army of the sovereign of Babel besieged Jerusalem, and Yirmiyahu the prophet was shut up in the court of the guard, which was in the house of the sovereign of Yehuda. For Zedekiah, sovereign of Yehuda, had shut him up, saying, Why are you prophesying, saying, Thus said Yahuwah, See, I am giving the city into the hand of the sovereign of Babel, and he shall take it. And Zedekiah, sovereign of Yahuwah, shall not escape from the hand of the Kasdim, but certainly be given into the hand of the sovereign of Babel, and shall speak with him face to face, and see him eye to eye. And he shall lead Zedekiah to Babel, and be there until I visit him, declares Yahuwah. Though you fight with the Kasdim, you shall not prosper. And Yirmiyahu said, The word of Yahuwah came to me, saying, See, Hananel, son of Shallum, your uncle, is coming to you, saying, Buy my field which is in Anathoth, for the right of redemption is yours to buy it. So Hananel, my uncle's son, came to me in the court of the guard, according to the word of Yahuwah, and said to me, Please buy my field that is in Anathoth, which is in the land of Benjamin, for the right of inheritance is yours, and the redemption. Buy it for yourself. And I knew that this was the word of Yahuwah. And I bought the field which was at Anathoth from Hananel, my uncle's son, and weighed out to him the silver, 17 shekels of silver. And I signed the deed and sealed it, and took witnesses and weighed the silver in the scales. Then I took the deed of purchase, that which was sealed according to the command and law, and that which was open. And I gave the deed of purchase to Baruch, son of Neriah, son of Mahaseiah, in the presence of Hananel, my uncle's son, and in the presence of the witnesses who signed the deed of purchase, before all the Yahudim who sat in the court of the guard. And I commanded Baruch before their eyes, saying, Thus said Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, Take these deeds, both this deed of purchase, which is sealed, and this deed which is open, and put them in an earthen vessel, so that they remain many days. For thus said Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, Houses and fields and vineyards shall again be bought in this land. And after I had given the deed of purchase to Baruch, son of Neriah, I prayed to Yahuwah, saying, Master Yahuwah, see, you have made the heavens and the earth by your great power and outstretched arm. There is no matter too hard for you, who show loving commitment to thousands, and repay the crookedness of the fathers into the bosom of their children after them. The great, the mighty El, Yahuwah of hosts is his name, great in counsel and mighty in work, for your eyes are open to all the ways of the sons of men, to give everyone according to his ways, and according to the fruit of his deeds. For you have set signs and wonders in the land of Mitzrayim to this day, and in Yisrael and among other men, and you have made yourself a name as it is this day. And you have brought your people Yisrael out of the land of Mitzrayim, with signs and wonders, with a strong hand and outstretched arm, and with great fearsome deeds. And you gave them this land, of which you swore to their fathers to give them, a land flowing with milk and honey. And they came in and possessed it, but they did not obey your voice, nor did they walk in your Torah. They did not do all that you commanded them to do, so you brought all this evil upon them. See, the siege mounts. They have come to the city to take it, and the city has been given into the hand of the Kasdim, who fight against it. because of the sword and the scarcity of food and the pestilence. And what you have spoken has come about, and look, you see it. Yet you, O Master Yahuwah, have said to me, buy the field for silver and take witnesses, although the city has been given into the hand of the Kasdim. Then the word of Yahuwah came to Yirmiyahu, saying, see, I am Yahuwah, the Elohim of all flesh. Is there any matter too hard for me? Therefore thus said Yahuwah, see, I am giving this city into the hand of the Kasdim, into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, sovereign of Babel, and he shall take it. And the Kasdim who fight against this city shall come and set fire to this city, and burn it, with the houses on whose roofs they burned incense to Baal, and poured out drink offerings to other mighty ones to provoke me. For the children of Israel and the children of Yehudah have done only evil before me from their youth. For the children of Israel have only provoked me with the work of their hands, declares Yahuwah. For this city has been a cause for my displeasure and my wrath from the day that they built it, even to this day that I should remove it from before my face, because of all the evil of the children of Israel and the children of Yehudah which they have done to provoke me. They, their sovereigns, their heads, their priests, their prophets, and the men of Yehudah, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and they have turned their back to me, and not their face. Though I taught them, rising up early and teaching them, they did not listen to receive instruction, and they set their abominations in the house which is called by my name, to defile it. And they built the high places of Baal, which are in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to offer up their sons and their daughters to Moloch, which I did not command them, nor did it come into my heart, that they should do this abomination, to make Yehudah sin. And now, thus said Yahuwah, the Elohim of Yisrael, concerning this city of which you say, it shall be given into the hand of the sovereign of Babel, by the sword, and by scarcity of food, and by pestilence. See, I am gathering them out of all the lands where I have driven them in my displeasure, and in my wrath, and in my great rage. And I shall bring them back to this place, and shall let them dwell in safety, and they shall be my people, and I shall be their Elohim. And I shall give them one heart, and one way to fear me all the days, for the good of them and their children after them. And I shall make an everlasting covenant with them, that I do not turn back from doing good to them. And I shall put my fear in their hearts, so as not to turn aside from me. And I shall rejoice over them to do good to them, and shall plant them in this land in truth, with all my heart and with all my being. For thus said Yahuwah, as I have brought all this great evil on this people, so I am bringing on them all the good that I am speaking to them. And fields shall be bought in this land of which you are saying, it is a waste land without man or beast. It has been given into the hands of the Kasdim. Fields shall be bought for silver, and deeds signed and sealed, and witnesses be called in the land of Benjamin, and in the places around Jerusalem, and in the cities of Yehudah, and in the cities of the mountains, and in the cities of the low country, and in the cities of the south. For I shall turn back their captivity, declares Yahuwah. Chapter 33. And the word of Yahuwah came to Yirmiyahu a second time, while he was still shut up in the court of the guard, saying, Thus said Yahuwah, who made it, Yahuwah who formed it to establish it. Yahuwah is his name. Call unto me, and I shall answer you, and show you great and inaccessible matters which you have not known. For thus said Yahuwah, the Elohim of Yisrael, concerning the houses of this city, and the houses of the sovereigns of Yehudah, which are thrown down against the siege mounds and the sword, while coming to fight with the Kasdim, and to fill their places with the corpses of men whom I shall strike in my displeasure and my wrath, all for whose evil I have hidden my face from this city. See, I am bringing to it relief and healing, and I shall heal them and reveal to them the riches of peace and truth. And I shall turn back the captivity of Yehudah and the captivity of Israel, and shall build them as at the first, and shall cleanse them from all their crookedness, that they have sinned against me. And I shall pardon all their crookednesses that they have sinned, and by which they have transgressed against me. And it shall be to me a name of joy, a praise, and a pride before all nations of the earth, who hear all the good I am doing to them. And they shall fear and tremble for all the goodness and for all the peace I am doing to it. Thus said Yahuwah, in this place of which you say, it is dried up, without man and without beast in the cities of Yehudah, in the streets of Jerusalem that are deserted, without man and without inhabitant, and without beast, there shall once again be heard the voice of joy and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom and the voice of the bride, the voice of those who are saying, praise Yahuwah of hosts, for Yahweh is good, for his loving commitment is forever. Of those who are bringing the offering of praise into the house of Yahuwah, for I shall turn back the captivity of the land as at the first, declares Yahuwah. Thus said Yahuwah of hosts, in this place, which is dried up, without man and without beast, and in all its cities there shall once again be a home of shepherds, causing their flocks to lie down. In the cities of the mountains, in the cities of the low countries, and in the cities of the south, and in the land of Benjamin, and in the places around Jerusalem, and in the cities of Yehudah, the flocks once again pass under the hands of him who counts them, declares Yahuwah. See, the days are coming, declares Yahuwah, when I shall establish the good word which I have promised to the house of Yisrael and to the house of Yehudah. In those days and at that time, I cause a branch of righteousness to spring forth for David, and he shall do right ruling and righteousness in the earth. In those days Yehudah shall be saved, and Jerusalem dwell in safety. And this is that which shall be proclaimed to her, Yahuwah our righteousness. For thus said Yahuwah, for David there is not to cease a man to sit on the throne of the house of Yisrael. And for the priests, the Levites, there is not to cease a man to offer ascending offerings before me, to kindle grain offerings, and to slaughter continually. And the word of Yahuwah came to Yirmiyahu, saying, thus said Yahuwah, if you could break my covenant with the day, and my covenant with the night, so that there be not day and night in their season, then my covenant could also be broken with David my servant, so that he shall not have a son to reign upon his throne, and with the Levites, the priests, my attendants, as the host of the heavens is not counted, nor the sand of the sea measured. So I increase the descendants of David my servant, and the Levites who attend upon me. And the word of Yahuwah came to Yirmiyahu, saying, have you not observed what these people have spoken, saying, the two clans which Yahuwah has chosen have been rejected by him. So they have despised my people, no more to be a nation before them. Thus said Yahuwah, if my covenant is not with day and night, and if I have not appointed the laws of the heavens and earth, then I would also reject the descendants of Jacob and David my servant, so that I should not take of his descendants to be rulers over the descendants of Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov. For I shall turn back their captivity and have compassion on them. Chapter 34. The word which came to Yirmiyahu from Yahuwah, when Nebuchadnezzar, sovereign of Babel, and all his army and all the reigns of the earth under his rule, and all the people fought against Jerusalem and all its cities, saying, thus said Yahuwah, the Elohim of Yisrael, go and speak to Zedekiyahu, sovereign of Yehudah, and say to him, thus said Yahuwah, see, I am giving this city into the hand of the sovereign of Babel, and he shall burn it with fire. And you shall not escape out of his hand, but certainly be taken and given into his hand. And your eyes shall see the eyes of the sovereign of Babel, and his mouth shall speak with your mouth, and you shall go to Babel. But hear the word of Yahuwah, O Zedekiyahu, sovereign of Yehudah. Thus said Yahuwah concerning you, you shall not die by the sword. In peace you are to die. And as in the burning of spices for your fathers, the former sovereigns who were before you, so they shall burn spices for you and lament for you, saying, Alas, master! For I have spoken the word, declares Yahuwah. And Yirmiyahu the prophet spoke all these words to Zedekiyahu, the sovereign of Yehuda, in Jerusalem, while the sovereign of Babel's army was fighting against Jerusalem, and all the cities of Yehuda that were left, against Lachish and Azekah. For only these walled cities remained of the cities of Yehuda. The word which came to Yirmiyahu from Yahuwah, after sovereign Zedekiyahu had made a covenant with all the people who were at Jerusalem, to proclaim release to them, that everyone was to set free his male and female slave, the Hebrew man and the Hebrew woman. No one was to keep a Yahudi, his brother, enslaved. And when all the heads and all the people who had come into the covenant heard that each one was to set free his male and female slaves, and not keep them enslaved any longer, they obeyed and released them. But afterward they changed their minds and made the male and female slaves return, whom they had set free, and brought them into subjection as male and female slaves. Therefore the word of Yahuwah came to Yirmiyahu from Yahuwah, saying, Thus said Yahuwah, the Elohim of Israel, I myself made a covenant with your fathers in the day that I brought them out of the land of Mitzrayim, out of the house of bondage, saying, At the end of 7 years, each one should set free his Hebrew brother, who has been sold to him. And when he has served you 6 years, you shall let him go free from you. But your fathers did not obey me, nor incline their ear. And you recently turned and did what was right in my eyes, each man proclaiming release to his neighbor. And you made a covenant before me in the house which is called by my name. But you turned back and profaned my name. And each one of you took back his male and female slaves, whom he had set free at their pleasure, and brought them into subjection to be your male and female slaves. Therefore thus said Yahuwah, you have not obeyed me in proclaiming release, each one to his brother and each one to his neighbor. See, I am proclaiming release to you, declares Yahuwah, to the sword, to the pestilence, and to the scarcity of food, and I shall make you a horror to all the reigns of the earth. And I shall give the men who are transgressing my covenant, who have not established the words of the covenant which they made before me, when they cut the calf in two, and passed between the parts of it, the heads of Yehuda, and the heads of Jerusalem, the eunuchs and the priests, and all the people of the land who passed between the parts of the calf. And I shall give them into the hand of their enemies, and into the hand of those who seek their life. And their corpses shall be for food to the birds of the heavens and the beasts of the earth. And I shall give Zedekiyahu, sovereign of Yehuda, and his heads into the hand of their enemies, and into the hand of those who seek their life, and into the hand of the sovereign of Babel's army that has withdrawn from you. See, I am commanding, declares Yahuwah, and shall bring them back to this city, and they shall fight against it, and take it, and burn it with fire. And I shall make the cities of Yehuda a ruin without inhabitant. Chapter 35. The word which came to Yirmiyahu from Yahuwah in the days of Jehoiakim, son of Yoshiyahu, sovereign of Yehuda, saying, Go to the house of the Rechabites, and you shall speak to them, and bring them into the house of Yahuwah, into one of the rooms, and give them wine to drink. And I took Yozaniah, son of Yirmiyahu, the son of Habatziniah, and his brothers, and all his sons, and all the house of the Rechabites, and brought them into the house of Yahuwah, into the room of the sons of Hanan, son of Yigdayahu, a man of Elohim, which was by the chamber of the heads, above the room of Masiyahu, son of Shallum, the keeper of the door. And I set before the sons of the house of the Rechabites bowls filled with wine and cups, and I said to them, Drink wine. But they said, We do not drink wine, because Yonadab, the son of Rechab, our father, commanded us, saying, You shall not drink wine, neither you nor your sons forever. And do not build a house, neither sow seed, nor plant a vineyard, nor have any of these, but dwell in tents all your days, so that you live many days on the face of the land where you are sojourners. So we obeyed the voice of Jonadab, son of Rechab, our father, in that he commanded us to drink no wine all our days, we, our wives, our sons, and our daughters, nor to build ourselves houses to dwell in. And we have no vineyard, field, or seed, but we dwell in tents, and have obeyed and done according to all that Jonadab our father commanded us. And it came to be, when Nebuchadnezzar, sovereign of Babel, came up into the land, that we said, Come, let us go to Jerusalem for fear of the army of the Kasdim, and for fear of the army of the Armenians. So we dwell at Jerusalem. And the word of Yahuwah came to Yirmiyahu, saying, Thus said Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, Go, and you shall say to the men of Yehuda, and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, Have you not received instruction to obey my words, declares Yahuwah? The words of Jonadab, son of Rechab, which he commanded his sons, not to drink wine, are established, and they have not drunk unto this day, for they have obeyed their father's command. And as for me, I have spoken to you, rising early and speaking, but you have not obeyed me. And I sent to you all my servants the prophets, rising up early and sending them, saying, Turn, each one from his evil way, and make good your deeds, and do not go after other mighty ones to serve them, and you shall dwell in the land which I have given you and your fathers. But you have not inclined your ear, nor obeyed me. The sons of Jonadab, son of Rechab, have indeed carried out the command of their father which he commanded them. But this people has not obeyed me. Therefore thus said Yahuwah, Elohim of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, See, I am bringing on Yehuda and on all the inhabitants of Jerusalem all the evil which I have pronounced against them, because I have spoken to them, but they did not listen, and I have called to them, but they did not answer. And Yirmiyahu said to the house of the Rechabites, Thus said Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, Because you have obeyed the command of Jonadab, your father, and guarded all his commands and done according to all that he commanded you. Therefore thus said Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, of Jonadab, son of Rechab, There shall never cease to be a man to stand before me. Chapter 36. And it came to be in the 4th year of Jehoiakim, son of Yoshiyahu, sovereign of Yehuda, that this word came to Yirmiyahu from Yahuwah, saying, Take a scroll, and write on it all the words that I have spoken to you, from the days of Yoshiyahu even to this day. It could be that the house of Yehuda hears all the evil which I plan to bring upon them, so that each one turns back from his evil way, and I shall pardon their crookedness and their sin. And Yirmiyahu called Baruch, son of Neriah, and Baruch wrote on a scroll from the mouth of Yirmiyahu all the words of Yahuwah which he had spoken to him. And Yirmiyahu commanded Baruch, saying, I am shut up, I am unable to enter the house of Yahuwah, but you shall enter, and shall read from the scroll which you have written from my mouth the words of Yahuwah in the hearing of the people in the house of Yahuwah on the day of fasting, and also read them in the hearing of all of Yehuda who come from their cities. It could be that they present their supplications before Yahuwah, and they turn back, each one from his evil way, for great is the displeasure and the wrath that Yahuwah has spoken against this people. And Baruch, son of Neriah, did according to all that Yirmiyahu the prophet commanded him, reading from the book the words of Yahuwah in the house of Yahuwah. And it came to be in the 5th year of Jehoiakim, son of Yoshiyahu, sovereign of Yehuda, in the 9th new moon, that they called a fast before Yahuwah to all the people in Jerusalem, and to all the people who came from the cities of Yehuda to Jerusalem. And Baruch read from the book of the words of Yirmiyahu in the house of Yahuwah, in the room of Jeremiyahu, son of Shaphan, the scribe, in the upper courtyard at the entry of the new gate of the house of Yahuwah, in the hearing of all the people. And Mikiyehu, son of Jeremiah, son of Shaphan, heard all the words of Yahuwah from the book. And then he went down to the sovereign's house, into the scribe's room. And there all the heads were sitting, Elishama the scribe, and Deliyahu, son of Shemiyahu, and Elnathan, son of Achbor, and Jeremiah, son of Shaphan, and Zedekiah, son of Chenayahu, and all the heads. And Micaiah told them all the words which he heard when Baruch read the book in the hearing of all the people. Then all the heads sent Yehudi, son of Nethanyahu, son of Shelemiyahu, son of Cushai, to Baruch, saying, Take in your hand the scroll from which you have read in the hearing of the people, and come. So Baruch, son of Neriyahu, took the scroll in his hand and came to them. And they said to him, Sit down, please, and read it in our hearing. And it came to be, when they had heard all the words, that they looked at each other in fear, and said to Baruch, We are certainly going to report all these words to the sovereign. And they asked Baruch, saying, Please explain to us, how did you write all these words? From his mouth? And Baruch answered them, From his mouth he spoke all these words to me, and I wrote them with ink in the book. Then the head said to Baruch, Go, hide, you and Jeremiah, and let no one know where you are. And they went to the sovereign into the court. But they put the scroll in the room of Elishama the scribe, and told all the words in the hearing of the sovereign. The sovereign therefore sent Yehudi to bring the scroll, and he took it from the room of Elishama the scribe. And Yehudi read it in the hearing of the sovereign, and in the hearing of all the heads standing beside the sovereign. And the sovereign was sitting in the winter house, in the 9th new moon, with a fire burning on the hearth before him. Then it came to be, when Yehudi had read 3 or 4 columns, that the sovereign cut it with the scribe's knife, and threw it into the fire that was on the hearth, until the entire scroll was burned in the fire that was on the hearth. Yet the sovereign and all his servants who heard all these words were not afraid, nor did they tear their garments. Moreover, Elnathan and Deliyahu and Jeremiah pleaded with the sovereign not to burn the scroll, but he did not listen to them. And the sovereign commanded Jeremiel, son of the sovereign, and Sariyahu, son of Azrael, and Shelemiyahu, son of Abdiel, to seize Baruch the scribe and Jeremiah the prophet. But Yahuwah had hid them. And after the sovereign had burned the scroll with the words which Baruch had written from the mouth of Jeremiah, the word of Yahuwah came to Jeremiah, saying, Take another scroll, and write on it all the former words that were in the first scroll, which Jehoiakim the sovereign of Yehuda has burned. And say to Jehoiakim sovereign of Yehuda, Thus said Yahuwah, You have burned this scroll, saying, Why have you written in it that the sovereign of Babel is certainly coming to destroy this land, and cause man and beast to cease from here? Therefore thus said Yahuwah concerning Jehoiakim, sovereign of Yehuda, He shall have no one to sit on the throne of David, and his dead body is to be thrown out to the heat of the day and the frost of the night. And I shall punish him and his seed and his servants for their crookedness. And I shall bring on them and on the inhabitants of Jerusalem and on the men of Yehuda all the evil that I have spoken against them. But they did not listen. So Jeremiah took another scroll and gave it to Baruch the scribe, son of Neriah, who wrote on it from the mouth of Jeremiah all the words of the book which Jehoiakim, sovereign of Yehuda, had burned in the fire. And many similar words were added to them. Chapter 37. And sovereign Zedekiah, son of Yoshiyahu, reigned instead of Coniah, son of Jehoiakim, whom Nebuchadnezzar, sovereign of Babel, set up to reign in the land of Yehuda. But neither he nor his servants, nor the people of the land had listened to the words of Yahuwah, which he spoke by the prophet Jeremiah. And Zedekiah the sovereign sent Yahukal, son of Shelemiah, and the priest, Zephaniah, son of Messiah, to the prophet Jeremiah, saying, Please pray to Yahuwah our Elohim for us. Now Jeremiah was still coming and going among the people, for they had not yet put him in prison. Meanwhile, Pharaoh's army had set out from Mitzrayim, And when the Kasdim who were besieging Jerusalem heard news of them, they withdrew from Jerusalem. And the word of Yahuwah came to Yirmiyahu the prophet, saying, Thus said Yahuwah, the Elohim of Yisrael, Say this to the sovereign of Yehudah, who sent you to me to inquire of me. See, Pharaoh's army, which has come to help you, shall turn back to Mitzrayim, to their own land. And the Kasdim shall return and fight against this city, and take it, and burn it with fire. Thus said Yahuwah, Do not deceive yourself, saying, The Kasdim shall go away from us. For they do not go. For though you had stricken the entire army of the Kasdim who are fighting against you, and there remained only wounded men among them, they would get up, each man in his tent, and burn the city with fire. And it came to be when the army of the Kasdim left the siege of Jerusalem, for fear of Pharaoh's army, that Yirmiyahu went out of Jerusalem to go into the land of Benjamin, to receive his portion there in the midst of the people. And it came to be as he was in the gate of Benjamin, a master of the guard was there, whose name was Uriah, son of Shelemiah, son of Hananiah. And he seized Yirmiyahu the prophet, saying, You are deserting to the Kasdim. But Yirmiyahu said, It is a lie. I'm not deserting to the Kasdim. But he did not listen to him. And Uriah seized Yirmiyahu and brought him to the heads. And the heads were wroth with Yirmiyahu, and struck him, and put him in prison in the house of Jonathan the scribe, for they had made that for a prison. When Yirmiyahu had entered into the dungeon and into the cells, then Yirmiyahu remained there many days. And Zedekiah the sovereign sent and took him out. And the sovereign asked him secretly in his house and said, Is there any word from Yahuwah? And Yirmiyahu said, There is. And he said, You are given into the hand of the sovereign of Babel. And Yirmiyahu said to Zedekiah the sovereign, What have I sinned against you and against your servants and against this people that you have put me into prison? Where are your prophets who prophesied to you, saying, The sovereign of Babel is not coming against you or against this land? But now, please hear, O my master the sovereign, please let my petition be accepted before you, and do not make me return to the house of Jonathan the scribe, lest I die there. Zedekiah the sovereign then commanded Yirmiyahu to be placed in the court of the guard, and that they should give him daily a piece of bread from the baker's street, until all the bread of the city was gone. So Yirmiyahu remained in the court of the guard. Chapter 38. And Shephatiah, son of Matan, and Gedaliah, son of Pashur, and Ukal, son of Shelemiah, and Pashur, son of Malchiah, heard the words which Yirmiyahu had spoken to all the people, saying, Thus said Yahuwah, He who remains in this city shall die by the sword, by scarcity of food, and by pestilence. But whoever goes over to the Kasdim shall live, and his life shall be as a prize to him, and he shall live. Thus said Yahuwah, This city is certainly given into the hand of the sovereign of Babel's army, and he shall take it. Then the head said to the sovereign, Please let this man be put to death, because he's weakening the hands of the men of battle who are left in the city, and the hands of all the people by speaking such words to them. For this man does not seek the peace of this people, but the evil. And Zedekiah the sovereign said, Look, he is in your hand, for the sovereign is unable to do any matter against you. And they took Yirmiyahu, and threw him into the dungeon of Malchiah, the sovereign's son, which was in the court of the guard. And they let Yirmiyahu down with ropes. And in the dungeon there was no water, but mud. So Yirmiyahu sank in the mud. And Ebed-Melech the Cushite, one of the eunuchs who was in the sovereign's house, heard that they had put Yirmiyahu in the dungeon. And the sovereign was sitting at the gate of Benjamin. And Ebed-Melech came from the sovereign's house and spoke to the sovereign, saying, My master the sovereign, these men have done evil in all that they have done to Yirmiyahu the prophet, whom they've thrown into the dungeon, and he is likely to die from hunger in the place where he is, for there is no more bread in the city. And the sovereign commanded Ebed-Melech the Cushite, saying, Take 30 men from here with you, and lift Yirmiyahu the prophet out of the dungeon before he dies. So Ebed-Melech took the men with him, and went into the house of the sovereign under the treasury, and took old clothes and old rags from there, and let them down by ropes into the dungeon to Yirmiyahu. And Ebed-Melech the Cushite said to Yirmiyahu, "Please put these old clothes and rags under your armpits, under the ropes." And Yirmiyahu did so. And they pulled Yirmiyahu up with ropes and lifted him out of the dungeon. And Yirmiyahu remained in the court of the guard. Then Zedekiah the sovereign sent and had Yirmiyahu the prophet brought to him at the third entrance of the house of Yahuwah. And the sovereign said to Yirmiyahu, "I am asking you a matter. Do not hide a matter from me." And Yirmiyahu said to Zedekiah, "If I declare it to you, shall you not put me to death? And if I give you advice, you shall not listen to me." But Zedekiah the sovereign swore secretly to Yirmiyahu, saying, "As Yahuwah lives, who made us this life, I do not put you to death, nor do I give you into the hand of these men who seek your life." And Yirmiyahu said to Zedekiah, "Thus said Yahuwah, the Elohim of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, if you do indeed surrender to the heads of the sovereign of Babel, then your being shall live, and this city not be burned with fire, and you and your house shall live. But if you do not surrender to the heads of the sovereign of Babel, then this city shall be given into the hand of the Kasdim, and they shall burn it with fire, and you shall not escape from their hand." Then Zedekiah the sovereign said to Yirmiyahu, "I am afraid of the Yahudim who have gone over to the Kasdim, lest they give me into their hand, and they maltreat me." But Yirmiyahu said, "They shall not hand you over. Please obey the voice of Yahuwah which I speak to you, and let it be well with you, and your life be spared. But if you refuse to surrender, this is the word that Yahuwah has shown me. Then see, all the women who are left in the sovereign of Yehudah's house shall be surrendered to the heads of the sovereign of Babel. And see, they are saying, your close friends have set upon you and prevailed against you. Your feet have sunk in the mire. They have turned away again. And they are going to surrender all your wives and children to the Kasdim. And you yourself shall not escape their hand, but be taken by the hand of the sovereign of Babel, and this city shall be burned with fire." Then Zedekiah said to Yirmiyahu, "Let no one know of these words, and you shall not die. But if the heads hear that I have spoken with you, and they come to you and say to you, 'Declare to us now what you have said to the sovereign, and also what the sovereign said to you. Do not hide it from us, and we do not put you to death,' then you shall say to them, 'I presented my petition before the sovereign, not to send me back to the house of Jonathan to die there.' And all the heads came to Yirmiyahu and asked him, and he informed him according to all these words that the sovereign had commanded. And they said no more to him, for the matter was not heard. So Yirmiyahu remained in the court of the guard until the day that Jerusalem was taken, and he was there when Jerusalem was taken." Chapter 39. In the 9th year of Zedekiah, sovereign of Yehudah, in the 10th new moon, Nebuchadnezzar, sovereign of Babel, and all his army came against Jerusalem and besieged it. In the 11th year of Zedekiah, in the 4th new moon, on the 9th day of the new moon, the city was broken into, and all the heads of the sovereign of Babel came in and sat in the middle gate. Nergal, Shar, Chatzor, Samgar, Nebo, Sarsakim, Rabsaris, Nergal, Saretzer, Rabmag, and all the rest of the heads of the sovereigns of Babel. And it came to be when Zedekiah, the sovereign of Yehudah, and all the men of the battle saw them, they fled, and left the city by night by the way of the sovereign's garden, by the gate between the two walls. And he went out toward the desert plain. But the army of the Kasdim pursued them, and overtook Zedekiah in the desert plains of Jericho. And they captured him, and brought him up to Nebuchadnezzar, sovereign of Babel, to Riblah, in the land of Hamath, where he spoke judgment on him. And the sovereign of Babel slew the sons of Zedekiah before his eyes in Riblah. The sovereign of Babel also slew all the nobles of Yehudah, and he put out the eyes of Zedekiah, and bound him with bronze shackles to bring him to Babel. And the Kasdim burned the house of the sovereign and the house of the people with fire, and they broke down the walls of Jerusalem. And Nebuzaradan, chief of the guard,
exiled to Babel the remnant of the people who remained in the city, and those who defected to him, with the rest of the people who were left. And Nebuzaradan, chief of the guard, left in the land of Yehuda the poor people, who had not whatever, and gave them vineyards and fields on the same day. And Nebuchadnezzar, sovereign of Babel, gave a command concerning Yirmiyahu to Nebuzaradan, chief of the guard, saying, Take him, and look after him, and do no harm whatsoever to him, but do to him even as he shall speak to you. And Nebuzaradan, chief of the guard, and Nebuchadnezzar, the Rabsaris, Nergal-Sharezer, the Rabmag, and all the sovereigns of Babel's chief officers sent, and had Yirmiyahu take him from the court of the guard, and gave him to Gedaliah, son of Ahikam, son of Shaphan, to take him home. And he dwelt among the people. And the word of Yahuwah had come to Yirmiyahu while he was shut up in the court of the guard, saying, Go, and you shall speak to Ebed-Melech the Cushite, saying, Thus said Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, See, I am bringing my words upon this city for evil and not for good, and they shall be before you in that day. And I shall deliver you in that day, declares Yahuwah, so that you are not given into the hand of the men of whom you are afraid. For I shall rescue you, and you shall not fall by the sword, but your life shall be as a prize to you, for you have put your trust in me, declares Yahuwah. Chapter 40. The word that came to Yirmiyahu from Yahuwah, after Nebuzaradan, chief of the guard, had let him go from Ramah, when he had taken him bound in chains among all the exiles from Jerusalem and Yehuda, who were being exiled to Babel. And the chief of the guard took Yirmiyahu and said to him, Yahuwah, your Elohim has spoken this evil on this place, and Yahuwah has brought it on and has done as he said, because you have sinned against Yahuwah and did not obey his voice. Therefore this matter has come upon you. And now, see, I loosen you today from the chains that were on your hand. If it seems good to you to come with me to Babel, come, and I shall look after you. But if it seems wrong for you to come with me to Babel, remain here. See, all the land is before you. Go wherever it seems good and right for you to go. And before he replied, Nebuzaradan said, Or go back to Gedaliah, son of Ahikam, son of Shaphan, whom the sovereign of Babel has made governor over the cities of Yehuda, and dwell with him among the people, or go wherever it seems right for you to go. And the chief of the guard gave him provisions and a gift, and let him go. So Yirmiyahu went to Gedaliah, son of Ahikam, to Mitzpah, and dwelt with him among the people who were left in the land. And all the commanders of the armies who were in the fields, they and their men heard that the sovereign of Babel had made Gedaliah, son of Ahikam, governor in the land, and had put him in charge of the men, and women and children, and the poor of the land who had not been exiled to Babel. So they came to Gedaliah at Mitzpah, Yishmael the son of Nethanyahu, and Yochanan, and Jonathan the sons of Kareah, and Sariah the son of Tanhumeth, and the sons of Ophi, the Netophathite, and Yazinyahu the son of Makathite, they and their men. And Gedaliah, son of Ahikam, son of Shaphan, swore to them and their men, saying, Do not be afraid of serving the Kasdim. Dwell in the land and serve the sovereign of Babel, and it shall be well with you. And I am dwelling at Mitzpah, to serve the Kasdim who come to us. But you gather wine and summer fruit and oil, and put them in your vessels, and dwell in your cities which you have taken. Also, when the Yahudim who were in Moab, and among the Ammonites, and in Edom, and who were in all the lands, heard that the sovereign of Babel had left a remnant of Yehuda, and that he had set over them Gedaliah, son of Ahikam, son of Shaphan, then all the Yahudim returned from all the places where they had been driven, and came to the land of Yehuda, to Gedaliah at Mitzpah, and gathered wine and summer fruit in large quantities. And Yochanan, son of Kareah, and all the commanders of the army that were in the fields came to Gedaliah at Mitzpah. And they said to him, Do you certainly know that the Baali, sovereign of the Ammonites, has sent Yishmael, son of Nethaniah, to strike you, a being? But Gedaliah, son of Ahikam, would not believe them. Then Yochanan, son of Kareah, spoke secretly to Gedaliah in Mitzpah, saying, "Please, let me go and strike Ishmael, son of Nethaniah, without anyone knowing it. Why should he murder you? And so let all the Yahudim who are gathered to you be scattered, and the remnant in Yehudah perish." But Gedaliah, son of Ahikam, said to Yochanan, son of Kareah, "Do not do this matter, for what you are saying about Ishmael is not true." Chapter 41. And in the 7th new moon it came to be that Ishmael, son of Nethaniah, son of Elishama, of the royal seed and of the officers of the sovereign, came with 10 men to Gedaliah, son of Ahikam, at Mitzpah. And while they ate bread together there in Mitzpah, Ishmael, son of Nethaniah, and 10 men who were with him arose and struck Gedaliah, son of Ahikam, son of Shaphan, with the sword, and killed him, whom the sovereign of Babel had made governor over the land. And Ishmael struck all the Yahudim who were with him, with Gedaliah at Mitzpah, and the Kasdim who were found there, the men of battle. And it came to be on the 2nd day after he had killed Gedaliah, when no one yet knew it, that men came from Shechem, from Shiloh, and from Shamaron, 80 men with their beards shaved and their garments torn, having cut themselves with offerings and incense in their hand, to bring them to the house of Yahuwah. And Ishmael, son of Nethaniah, went out from Mitzpah to meet them, weeping as he walked along. And it came to be as he met them, that he said to them, "Come to Gedaliah, son of Ahikam." And it came to be, when they came inside the city, that Ishmael, son of Nethaniah, slew them, throwing them into a pit, he and the men who were with him. But 10 men were found among them, who said to Ishmael, "Do not kill us, for we have wheat and barley and oil and honey hidden in the field." So he held back and did not kill them among their brothers. And the pit into which Ishmael had thrown all the corpses of the men whom he had struck, because of Gedaliah, was the same one Asa, the sovereign, had made for fear of Baasha, sovereign of Israel. Ishmael, son of Nethaniah, had filled it with the slain. Then Ishmael took captive all the rest of the people who were in Mitzpah, the sovereign's daughters and all the people who were left in Mitzpah, whom Nebuzaradan, chief of the guard, had entrusted to Gedaliah, son of Ahikam. And Ishmael, son of Nethaniah, took captive and went to go over to the Ammonites. But Yochanan, son of Kareah, and all the commanders of the army that were with him heard of all the evil that Ishmael, son of Nethaniah, had done. So they took all the men and went to fight with Ishmael, son of Nethaniah, and they found him by the great pool that is in Gibeon. And it came to be, when all the people who were with Ishmael saw Yochanan, son of Kareah, and all the commanders of the army who were with him, that they were glad. And all the people whom Ishmael had taken captive from Mitzpah turned around and came back and went to Yochanan, son of Kareah. But Ishmael, the son of Nethaniah, escaped from Yochanan with 8 men and went to the Ammonites. Then Yochanan, son of Kareah, and all the commanders of the army that were with him took from Mitzpah all the rest of the people whom he had recovered from Ishmael, son of Nethaniah, after he had struck Gedaliah, son of Ahikam, the mighty men of battle, and the women, and the children, and the eunuchs whom he had brought back from Gibeon. And they set out and dwelt in the lodging place of Kimham, which is near Bethlehem, to go to enter Mitzrayim, because of the Kasdim, for they were afraid of them, because Ishmael, son of Nethaniah, had struck Gedaliah, son of Ahikam, whom the sovereign of Babel had made governor in the land. Chapter 42. Then all the commanders of the army, and Yochanan, son of Kareah, and Yezaniah, son of Hoshea, and all the people from the least to the greatest came near, and said to Yirmiyahu the prophet, "We beg you, let our petition be acceptable to you, and pray for us to Yahuwah your Elohim for all this remnant, for we are few, left of many as your eyes see us. And let Yahuwah your Elohim show us the way in which we should walk, and the word which we should do." And Yirmiyahu the prophet said to them, "I have heard. See, I am praying to Yahuwah your Elohim, according to your words. And it shall be that I declare to you all the word Yahuwah answers you. I withhold not a word from you." And they said to Yirmiyahu, "Let Yahuwah be a true and steadfast witness between us, if we do not do according to all the word which Yahuwah your Elohim sends us by you, whether good or evil. Let us obey the voice of Yahuwah our Elohim, to whom we send you, in order that it might be well with us when we obey the voice of Yahuwah our Elohim.
And after 10 days, it came to be that the word of Yahuwah came to Yirmiyahu. So he called Yochanan son of Kareah, and all the commanders of the army which were with him, and all the people from the least even to the greatest, and said to them, Thus said Yahuwah, the Elohim of Yisrael, to whom you sent me to present your petition before him. If you would indeed stay in this land, then I shall build you and not pull you down, and I shall plant you and not pluck you up, for I have relented of the evil I have done to you. Do not be afraid of the sovereign of Babel, of whom you are afraid. Do not be afraid of him, declares Yahuwah, for I am with you, to save you and deliver you from his hand. And I shall show you compassion, so that he has compassion on you, and let you return to your own land. But if you say, We are not staying in this land, and so disobey the voice of Yahuwah your Elohim, saying, No, but we are going to the land of Mitzrayim, so that we see no fighting, nor hear a voice of the shofar, nor hunger for bread, and there we shall stay. Then hear the word of Yahuwah, O remnant of Yehudah. Thus said Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, If you indeed set your faces to enter Mitzrayim, and shall go to sojourn there, then it shall be that the sword which you feared overtakes you there in the land of Mitzrayim, and the scarcity of food which you were afraid clings to you there in Mitzrayim, and you die there. And so it shall be with all the men who set their faces to go to Mitzrayim to sojourn there. They shall die by the sword, by scarcity of food, and by pestilence, and not one of them shall survive or escape from the evil I am bringing upon them. For thus said Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, As my displeasure and my wrath have been poured out on all the inhabitants of Jerusalem, so shall my wrath be poured out on you when you enter Mitzrayim. And you shall be an oath, and an astonishment, and a curse, and a reproach, and you shall see this place no more. Yahuwah has spoken about you, O remnant of Yehudah. Do not go to Mitzrayim. Know for certain that I have warned you this day. For you deceived yourselves when you sent me to Yahuwah your Elohim, saying, Pray for us to Yahuwah our Elohim. And according to all that Yahuwah your Elohim says, so declare to us, and we shall do it. So I have declared it to you today, but you have not obeyed the voice of Yahuwah your Elohim in all which he has sent me to you. And now, know for certain that you shall die by the sword, by scarcity of food, and by pestilence in the place where you have desired to go sojourn. Chapter 43. And it came to be when Yirmiyahu had ended speaking all these words to all the people, all the words of Yahuwah their Elohim, for which Yahuwah their Elohim had sent to them, that Azariah son of Hoshaiah, and Yochanan son of Kareah, and all the proud men spoke, saying to Yirmiyahu, You are speaking a lie. Yahuwah our Elohim has not sent you to say, Do not go to Mitzrayim to sojourn there, for Baruch son of Neriah is moving you against us, to give us into the hand of the Kasdim, to put us to death, or exile us to Babel. So Yochanan son of Kareah, and all the commanders of the army, and all the people disobeyed the voice of Yahuwah, to stay in the land of Yehudah. And Yochanan son of Kareah, and all the commanders of the army took all the remnant of Yehudah, who had returned to sojourn in the land of Yehudah, from all the nations where they'd been driven, the men and the women, and the children and the sovereign's daughters, and every being whom Nebuzaradan, chief of the guard, had left with Gedaliah son of Ahikam, son of Shaphan, and Yirmiyahu the prophet, and Baruch son of Neriah. So they went to the land of Mitzrayim, for they disobeyed the voice of Yahuwah, and they went as far as Tafpanes. And the word of Yahuwah came to Yirmiyahu in Tafpanes, saying, Take large stones in your hand, and you shall hide them before the eyes of the men of Yehudah, in the clay, in the brick courtyard which is at the entrance of Pharaoh's house in Tafpanes.
Then you shall say to them, Thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, See, I am sending, and I shall bring Nebuchadnezzar the sovereign of Babel, my servant, and I shall set his throne above these stones that I have hidden, and he shall spread his canopy over them, and he shall come and strike the land of Mitzrayim, bringing death to those appointed for death, and captivity to those for captivity, and the sword to those for the sword. And he shall set fire to the houses of the mighty ones of Mitzrayim, and he shall burn them and take them captive. And he shall cover himself with the land of Mitzrayim, as a shepherd puts on his garment. And he shall go out from there in peace. And he shall break the stone pillars of the house of the sun, which are in the land of Mitzrayim. And he shall burn the houses of the mighty ones of the Mitzrites with fire. Chapter 44. The word that came to Yirmiyahu concerning all the Yahudim who were dwelling in the land of Mitzrayim, who were dwelling at Migdal, and at Tachpanes, and at Noph, and in the land of Pathros, saying, Thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, You yourselves have seen all the evil that I have brought on Jerusalem, and on all the cities of Yehuda, and see, this day they are a ruin, and no one dwells in them, because of their evil which they have done to provoke me, by going to burn incense, by serving other mighty ones whom they did not know, they nor you nor your fathers. And I sent to you all my servants the prophets, rising early and sending them, saying, Please do not do this abominable matter that I hate. But they did not listen or incline their ear to turn from their evil, not to burn incense to other mighty ones. So my wrath and my displeasure were poured out and burned in the cities of Yehuda, and in the streets of Jerusalem, and they became a ruin and a wasteland, as it is this day. And now thus said Yahweh, the Elohim of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, Why are you doing this great evil against your lives, to cut off from you man and woman, child and infant from the midst of Yehuda, leaving none to remain? By provoking me with the works of your hands, by burning incense to other mighty ones in the land of Mitzrayim, where you have gone to sojourn, to cut yourselves off, and be a curse and a reproach among all the nations of the earth. Have you forgotten the evils of your fathers, and the evils of the sovereigns of Yehuda, and the evils of their wives, and your own evils, and the evils of your wives, which they have done in the land of Yehuda, and in the streets of Jerusalem? To this day they have not been humbled, nor have they feared, nor have they walked in my Torah, and in my laws that I set before you and your fathers. Therefore thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, See, I am setting my face against you for evil and for cutting off all Yehuda. And I shall take the remnant of Yehuda, who have set their faces to go into the land of Mitzrayim to sojourn there, and they shall all be consumed in the land of Mitzrayim, fall by the sword, consumed by scarcity of food. From the least to the greatest they shall die by the sword and by the scarcity of food. And they shall be an oath and an astonishment and a curse and a reproach. And I shall punish those dwelling in the land of Mitzrayim, as I have punished Jerusalem by the sword, by scarcity of food, and by pestilence. And none of the remnant of Yehuda, who have gone into the land of Mitzrayim to sojourn there, shall escape or survive, lest they return to the land of Yehuda, to which they are longing to return to dwell there. For they shall not return except those who escape. Then all the men who knew that their wives had burned incense to other mighty ones, and all the women who stood by, a great assembly, and all the people who dwelt in the land of Mitzrayim in Pathros answered Yirmiyahu, saying, We are not going to listen to you in the matter about which you spoke to us in the name of Yahuwah, but we shall do whatever has gone out of our own mouth, to burn incense to the sovereigness of the heavens, and pour out drink offerings to her as we have done. We and our fathers, our sovereigns and our heads in the cities of Yehuda and in the streets of Jerusalem. And we had plenty of food, and were well off, and saw no evil. But since we ceased burning incense to the sovereigness of the heavens, and pouring out drink offerings to her, we have lacked all, and have been consumed by the sword and by scarcity of food. And when we burned incense to the sovereigness of heavens, and poured out drink offerings to her, did we make cakes for her, to idolize her, and pour out drink offerings to her without our husbands?" Then Yirmiyahu spoke to all the people, to the men and to the women, and to all the people who had given him that answer, saying, "As for the incense that you have burned in the cities of Yehuda and in the streets of Jerusalem, you and your fathers, your sovereigns, and your heads, and the people of the land, did not Yahuwah remember them? And it came into his heart? And Yahuwah could no longer bear it because of the evil of your deeds, because of the abominations which you did. Therefore your land is a ruin, an object of astonishment, a curse, and without inhabitant, as it is this day, because you have burned incense, and because you have sinned against Yahuwah, and did not obey the voice of Yahuwah, or walk in his Torah, in his laws, or in his witnesses. Therefore this evil did befall you, as it is this day." And Yirmiyahu said to all the people and to all the women, "Hear the word of Yahuwah, all Yehuda, who are in the land of Mitzrayim. Thus spoke Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, saying, You and your wives have spoken with your mouths, and have filled with your hands, saying, We shall perform our vows that we have made, to burn incense to the sovereigness of the heavens, and pour out drink offerings to her. Then confirm your vows and perform your vows. Therefore hear the word of Yahuwah, all Yehuda, who are dwelling in the land of Mitzrayim. See, I have sworn by my great name, declares Yahuwah. My name shall no longer be called upon by the mouth of any man of Yehuda in all the land of Mitzrayim, saying, As the Master Yahuwah lives. See, I am watching over them for evil and not for good. And all the men of Yehuda who are in the land of Mitzrayim shall be consumed by the sword, and by scarcity of food until they come to an end. And those who escape the sword, few in number, shall return from the land of Mitzrayim to the land of Yehuda, and all the remnant of Yehuda who came into the land of Mitzrayim to sojourn there shall know whose word is established, mine or theirs. And this is the sign to you, declares Yahuwah, that I am punishing you in this place, so that you know my words are certainly established against you for evil. Thus said Yahuwah, See, I am giving Pharaoh Hophra, sovereign of Mitzrayim, into the hand of his enemies, and into the hand of those who seek his life, as I gave Zedekiah, sovereign of Yehuda, into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, sovereign of Babel, his enemy, who sought his life. Chapter 45. The word that Yirmiyahu the prophet spoke to Baruch, son of Neriah, when he had written these words in a book from the mouth of Yirmiyahu, in the 4th year of Jehoiakim, son of Yoshiyahu, sovereign of Yehuda, saying, Thus said Yahuwah, the Elohim of Yisrael, concerning you, Baruch. You have said, Woe to me now, for Yahuwah has added grief to my pain. I have been wearied with my sighing, and I have found no rest. Say this to him. Thus said Yahuwah, See what I have built I am breaking down, and what I have planted I am plucking up. That is the entire land. And do you seek great matters for yourself? Do not seek them, for look, I am bringing evil on all flesh, declares Yahuwah. But I shall give your life to you as a prize in all places wherever you go. Chapter 46. The word of Yahuwah which came to Yirmiyahu the prophet concerning the nations, for Mitzrayim, concerning the army of Pharaoh Necho, sovereign of Mitzrayim, which was by the river Euphrates in Carchemish, and which Nebuchadnezzar the sovereign of Babel had stricken in the 4th year of Jehoiakim, son of Yoshiyahu, sovereign of Yehuda. Prepare the large and the small shield, and draw near to battle. Harness the horses, and mount up, you horsemen. Stand with helmets, polish the spears, and put on the armor. Why do I see them afraid, turned back, and their fighters are beaten down? And they have fled in haste, and did not look back, for fear was all around, declares Yahuwah. Do not let the swift flee away, nor the mighty man escape. They shall stumble and fall toward the north by the river Euphrates. Who is this rising like a flood, whose waters surge about like the rivers? Mitzrayim rises like a flood, and its waters surge about like the rivers. And he says, Let me rise and cover the earth, and let me destroy the city and its inhabitants. Go up, O horses, and rage, O chariots, and let the mighty men go forth. Cush and Put who handle the shield, and Lud who handle and bend the bow. For this is the day of the Master Yahuwah of hosts, a day of vengeance, to avenge himself on his adversaries. And the sword shall devour and be satisfied, and made drunk with their blood. For the Master Yahuwah of hosts has a slaughtering in the land of the north by the river Euphrates. Go up to Gilead, and take balm, O maiden, the daughter of Mitzrayim. In vain you have used many remedies. There is no healing for you. Nations have heard of your shame, and your cry has filled the land. For the mighty has stumbled against the mighty. They have both fallen together. The word which Yahuwah spoke to Yirmiyahu the prophet about the coming of Nebuchadnezzar, sovereign of Babel, to strike the land of Mitzrayim. Declare in Mitzrayim, and let it be heard in Migdol, and let it be heard in Noph and Taphpanes. Say, stand fast and be prepared, for a sword shall devour all around you. Why were your strong ones swept away? They did not stand because Yahuwah drove them away. He made many stumble indeed. They fell over each other and said, Arise, let us go back to our own people and to the land of our birth, away from the oppressing sword. There they cried, Pharaoh, sovereign of Mitzrayim, is but a noise. He has let the appointed time pass by. As I live, declare the sovereign, whose name is Yahuwah of hosts. For as Tabor is among the mountains, and as Carmel by the sea, he shall come. O you daughter dwelling in Mitzrayim, prepare yourself to go into exile. For Noph shall become a waste and a ruin, and be burned without inhabitant. Mitzrayim is like a pretty heifer, but destruction comes. It comes from the north. Her hired ones too in her midst are like fatted calves. For they too shall turn. They shall flee away together. They shall not stand, for the day of their calamity has come upon them, the time of their punishment. Its sound moves along like a serpent, for they move on like an army, and come against her with axes like woodcutters. They shall cut down her forest, declares Yahuwah, for it is not searched, because they are more numerous than locusts and without number. The daughter of Mitzrayim shall be put to shame. She shall be given into the hand of the people of the north. Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, has said, See, I am bringing punishment on Ammon of No, and on Pharaoh, and on Mitzrayim, and on their mighty ones, and on their sovereigns, and on Pharaoh, and on those trusting in him. And I shall give them into the hand of those who seek their lives, into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, sovereign of Babel, and into the hand of his servants. And afterward it shall be inhabited as in the days of old, declares Yahuwah. But as for you, do not fear, O my servant Jacob, and do not be discouraged, O Yisrael. For look, I am saving you from afar, and your descendants from the land of their captivity. And Jacob shall return, and shall have rest, and be at ease with no one disturbing. Do not fear, O Jacob, my servant, declares Yahuwah, for I am with you. And though I make a complete end of all the nations to which I have driven you, yet I do not make a complete end of you. But I shall reprove you in right ruling, and by no means leave you unpunished. Chapter 47. The word of Yahuwah that came to Yirmiyahu the prophet concerning the Philistines, before Pharaoh struck Azah. Thus said Yahuwah, See, waters are rising out of the north, and shall be an overflowing flood. And they shall overflow the land and all that is in it, the city and those who dwell within. And men shall cry, and all the inhabitants of the land shall wail, at the noise of the stamping hooves of his strong horses, at the rushing of his chariots, at the rumbling of his wheels. The fathers shall not look to their children, because of weakness of hands, because of the day that shall come to ravage all the Philistines, to cut off from Zor and Zidon every helper that survives, for Yahuwah is ravaging the Philistines. The remnant of the isles of Caphtor, boldness shall come upon Azah. Ashkelon shall be cut off with the remnant of their valley. Till when would you cut yourself, O you sword of Yahuwah? How long till you rest? Put yourself up into your sheath, rest and be still. How shall it rest when Yahuwah has given it a command against Ashkelon, and against the seashore. There he has appointed it. Chapter 48. Concerning Moab, this is what Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, said: Woe to Nebo, for it is ravaged. Kiriathaim is put to shame, captured. The high stronghold is put to shame and broken down. There is praise for Moab no longer. In Heshbon they have devised evil against her. Come and let us cut it off as a nation, O madmen. You are also cut off. A sword goes after you. Listen, an outcry from Hornaim, ravaging and great destruction. Moab shall be destroyed. Her little ones shall cry out. For on the ascent to Luchith they go up weeping bitterly. For in the descent of Hornaim the enemy shall hear a cry of destruction. Flee! Deliver your own lives and be like a bush in the wilderness. For because you have trusted in your works and your treasures, you shall be captured. And Chemosh shall go forth into exile, his priests and his heads together. And a ravager shall come into every city, no one escapes. And the valley shall perish, and the plain be destroyed, as Yahuwah has spoken. Give wings to Moab, for she has to flee away, and her cities become a ruin, with no one to dwell in them. Cursed is he who is slack in doing the work of Yahuwah, and cursed is he who withholds his sword from blood. Moab has been at ease from his youth, and he has settled on his dregs, and has not been emptied from vessel to vessel, nor has he gone into exile. Therefore his flavor has stayed in him, and his fragrance is unchanged. Therefore see, the days are coming, declares Yahuwah, when I shall send him tilters, who shall tilt him over and empty his vessels and break the bottles. And Moab shall be ashamed because of Chemosh, as the house of Yisrael was ashamed of Bethel, their refuge. How do you say, We are mighty and strong men for battle? Moab is ravaged, and her cities have been entered, and her chosen young men have gone down to the slaughter, declares the Sovereign, whose name is Yahweh of hosts. The calamity of Moab is near to come, and his affliction hurries fast. Lament for him, all you who are around him, and all you who know his name. Say how the strong scepter has been broken, the staff of splendor. Come down from your esteem and sit in thirst, O inhabitant daughter of Dibon, for the ravager of Moab shall come against you. He shall destroy your strongholds. Stand by the way and watch, O inhabitants of Aror. Ask him who flees and her who escapes. Say, What has been done? Moab has been put to shame, for it has been broken down. Howl and cry. Let it be heard in Arnon that Moab is ravaged. And judgment has come on the plain country, on Cholon, and on Yatzah, and on Mophath, and on Dibon, and Nebo, and on Beth Diblathaim, and on Kiriathaim, and on Beth Gamul, and on Beth Meon, and on Kiriath, and on Botzrah, and on all the cities of the land of Moab, far or near. The horn of Moab has been cut off, and his arm has been broken, declares Yahuwah. Make him drunk, because he has made himself great against Yahuwah. Moab shall splash in his vomit, and he shall also be in mockery. And was not Yisrael a mockery to you? Was he found among thieves? For whenever you spoke of him, you shake your head. O inhabitants of Moab, leave the cities and dwell in the rock, and be like the dove, making a nest in the sides of the cave's mouth. We have heard of the pride of Moab. He is very proud, of his loftiness and arrogance and pride, and of the haughtiness of his heart. I know his wrath, declares Yahuwah, and his boastings are untrue, and his deeds are false. Therefore I wail for Moab, and I cry out for all Moab. I mourn for the men of Kir Cherez, O vine of Sibmah. I weep for you with the weeping of Yazer. Your branches have passed over the sea. They have come to the sea of Yazer. The ravager has fallen on your summer fruit and your grape harvest. Joy and gladness have been taken away from the orchard and from the land of Moab. And I have made wine to cease from the winepresses. No one treads with shouting. The shouting is no shouting. From the outcry of Heshbon unto Elale, Unto Yahatz they shall raise their voice from Soor to Chonaim, like a 3-year-old heifer, for even the waters of Nimrim are dried up. And I shall make an end in Moab to him who offers in the high places, and burns incense to his mighty ones, declares Yahuwah. So my heart sounds for Moab like flutes, and my heart sounds for the men of Kir Cherez like flutes. Therefore the wealth they made shall be gone. For every head is bald, and every beard clipped, cuts on all the hands, and sackcloth on the loins, on all the housetops of Moab, and in its streets it is all lamentation. For I have broken Moab like a vessel in which no one delights, declares Yahuwah. How has she been broken down? They shall wail. How has Moab turned her back with shame? So Moab shall be a mockery and a horror to all those about her. For thus said Yahuwah, see, he soars like an eagle, and shall spread his wings over Moab. Kirios shall be captured, and the stronghold seized, and the heart of the mighty men in Moab on that day shall be like the heart of a woman in labor. And Moab shall be destroyed as a people, because he has made himself great against Yahuwah. Fear and the pit and the snare are upon you, O inhabitant of Moab, declares Yahuwah. He who flees from the fear falls into the pit, and he who gets out of the pit is caught in the snare. For I am bringing upon Moab the year of their punishment, declares Yahuwah. Those who fled stood powerless under the shadow of Heshbon, but a fire shall come out of Heshbon, and a flame from the midst of Sihon, and consume the brow of Moab, and the crown of the head of the sons of uproar. Woe to you, O Moab! The people of Chemosh have perished, for your sons have been taken into exile, and your daughters into exile. But I shall turn back the captivity of Moab in the latter days, declares Yahuwah. Thus far is the judgment of Moab. Chapter 49. Concerning the Ammonites, thus said Yahuwah, has Yisrael no sons? Has he no heir? Why has Malcham taken possession of Gad, and his people dwell in its cities? Therefore see, the days are coming, declares Yahuwah, when I shall sound a battle cry in Rabbah of the Ammonites, and it shall be a heap of wasteland, and her villages shall be burned with fire. Then Yisrael shall dispossess those who dispossess him, declares Yahuwah. Howl, O Heshbon, for Ai is ravaged. Cry, O daughters of Ramah. Gird on sackcloth. Lament and diligently search by the walls, for Malcham shall go into exile with his priests in his heads. Why do you boast in the valleys? Your flowing valley, O backsliding daughter who is trusting in her treasures, saying, who would come against me? See, I am bringing fear upon you from all those around you, declares the Master Yahuwah of hosts, and you shall be driven out, each one straight ahead, with no one to bring home the wanderer. And after this I turn back the captivity of the children of Ammon, declares Yahuwah. Concerning Edom, thus said Yahuwah of hosts, is there no more wisdom in Timam? Has counsel been lost to those with understanding? Has their wisdom vanished? Flee, turn back in the depths, O inhabitants of Dedan, for I shall bring the calamity of Esau upon him, the time that I shall punish him. If grape gatherers come to you, would they not leave some gleaning of grapes? Even thieves by night would destroy only until they had enough. But as for me, I shall make Esau bare. I shall uncover his hiding places so that he is unable to conceal himself. His seed is ravaged, his brothers and his neighbors, and he is no more. Leave your fatherless children. Let me keep them alive, and let your widows trust in me. For thus said Yahuwah, see, those whose judgment was not to drink of the cup have certainly drunk. And are you the one to go unpunished? You shall not go unpunished, but certainly drink of it. For I have sworn by myself, declares Yahuwah, that Botzrah is to become a ruin and a reproach and a waste and a curse, and all its cities become everlasting wastes. I have heard a report from Yahuwah, and an envoy has been sent to the nations. Gather together, come against her, and rise up to battle. For look, I shall make you small among nations, despised among men. The dread of you, the pride of your heart has deceived you. O you who dwell in the clefts of the rock, holding the height of the hill. Though you make your nest as high as the eagle, from there I bring you down, declares the Master Yahuwah. And Edom shall be a ruin. Everyone who passes by it astonished and whistles at all its plagues. As in the overthrow of Sodom and Amorah and all their neighboring cities, declares Yahuwah. No one shall dwell there, nor would a son of man sojourn in it. See, he comes up like a lion from the Yarden jungle against the home of the strong. But in an instant I shall make him run away from her. And who is the chosen one to appoint over her? For who is like me? And who summons me? And who is that shepherd who stands before me? Therefore hear the counsel of Yahuwah, which he has counseled concerning Edom, and the purposes he has purposed concerning the inhabitants of Teman. The least of the flock shall drag them away. He shall make their pasture a waste before them. The earth shall be shaken at the noise of their fall. There is an outcry. Its noise is heard at the sea of reeds. See, like an eagle, he flies up and spreads his wings over Botzrah. And the heart of the mighty men of Edom in that day shall be like the heart of a woman in her pain. Concerning Damasek, Hamath, and Arphad have been put to shame, for they have heard an evil report. They have been melted in anxiety like the sea, unable to rest. Damasek has become feeble. She has turned to flee, and trembling has taken hold of her. Distress and pain have seized her like a woman in labor. How is the city of praise deserted, the city of my joy? Therefore her young men fall in her streets, and the men of battle are cut off in that day, declares Yahuwah of hosts. And I shall kindle a fire in the wall of Damasek, and it shall consume the palaces of Ben-Hadad, to Kedar, and to the reigns of Chatzor, which Nebuchadnezzar, sovereign of Babel, said, Thus said Yahuwah, Arise, go up to Kedar, and ravage the men of the east. Their tents and their flocks, their curtains, and all their vessels shall be taken. And they shall take away their camels for themselves, and they shall cry out to them, Fear is on every side. Flee, go away. Dwell in the depths, O inhabitants of Hatzor, declares Yahuwah. For Nebuchadnezzar, sovereign of Babel, has taken counsel against you, and has devised a plan against you. Arise, go up to the nations at ease that dwell safely, declares Yahuwah. It has no gates or bars, they dwell alone. And their camels shall become plunder, and their large herds booty. And I shall scatter them to all winds, those who cut off the corner, and bring their calamity from all its sides, declares Yahuwah. Hatzor shall be a habitation for jackals, a desert forever. No one dwells there, nor does son of man sojourn in it. The word of Yahuwah that came to Yirmiyahu the prophet concerning Elam, in the beginning of the reign of Zedekiah, the sovereign of Yehudah, saying, Thus said Yahuwah of hosts, See, I am breaking the bow of Elam, the chief of their might. And I shall bring upon Elam the four winds from the four quarters of the heavens, and scatter them toward all those winds. And there shall be no nation where the outcasts of Elam do not go. And I shall break Elam before their enemies, and before those who seek their life. And I shall bring evil upon them, my burning displeasure, declares Yahuwah. And I shall send the sword after them until I have consumed them. And I shall set my throne in Elam, and destroy from there the sovereign and the heads, declares Yahuwah. And it shall be in the latter days that I turn back the captivity of Elam, declares Yahuwah. Chapter 50. The word that Yahuwah spoke concerning Babel, concerning the land of the Kasdim, by Yirmiyahu the prophet. Declare among the nations, and let it be heard, and lift up a banner, let it be heard. Do not conceal it. Say, Babel shall be taken, Bel shall be put to shame, Merodach shall be broken, her images shall be put to shame, her idols shall be broken. For a nation shall come up against her from the north, which shall make her land waste, and none shall dwell in it. They shall flee, they shall go, both man and beast. In those days and at that time, declares Yahuwah, the children of Israel shall come, they and the children of Yehudah together, weeping as they come, and seek Yahuwah their Elohim. They shall ask the way to Zion, their faces toward it. Come and let us join ourselves to Yahuwah in an everlasting covenant, never to be forgotten. My people have been wandering sheep. Their shepherds have led them astray, turning them away on the mountains. They have gone from mountain to hill. They have forgotten their resting place. All who found them have devoured them, and their adversaries have said, "We are not guilty, because they have sinned against Yahuwah, the home of righteousness and the expectation of their fathers, Yahuwah. Flee from the midst of Babel. Come out of the land of the Kasdim, and be as rams before a flock. For look, I am stirring up and bringing up against Babel an assembly of great nations from a land of the north, and they shall array themselves against her. From there she shall be captured. Their arrows are like those of a mighty skilled man, not returning empty-handed. And Chaldea shall become plunder. All who plunder her shall satisfy themselves, declares Yahuwah. Because you are glad, because you rejoice, you who plunder my inheritance, because you have grown fat like a heifer threshing grain, and you neigh like stallions. Your mother shall be greatly ashamed. She who bore you shall be humiliated. Look, the last of the nations, a wilderness, a dry land and a desert. Because of the wrath of Yahuwah, she shall not be inhabited, but she shall be deserted, all of it. Everyone passing by Babel shall be astonished, and whistle at all her plagues. Set yourselves in array against Babel all around, all you who bend the bow. Shoot at her. Spare no arrows, for she has sinned against Yahuwah. Shout against her all around. She has given her hand. Her foundations have fallen. Her walls are thrown down, for it is the vengeance of Yahuwah. Take vengeance on her. As she has done, so do to her. Cut off the sower from Babel, and him who handles the sickle at harvest time. From before the sword of the oppressor, each one turns to his own people, and each one flees to his own land. Yisrael is a scattered sheep. The lions have driven him away. First the sovereign of Asher devoured him, and now at last this Nebuchadnezzar, sovereign of Babel, has broken his bones. Therefore thus said Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, See, I am punishing the sovereign of Babel and his land as I have punished the sovereign of Asher, and I shall bring back Yisrael to his pasture, and he shall feed on Carmel and Bashan, and his being shall be satisfied on Mount Ephraim and Gilead. In those days and at that time, declares Yahuwah, the crookedness of Yisrael shall be searched for, but there shall be none, and the sin of Yehuda, but none shall be found, for I shall pardon those whom I leave as a remnant. Go up against the land of Merathaim, against it, and against the inhabitants of Pekod. Slay and put them under the ban, declares Yahuwah, and do according to all that I have commanded you. There is a sound of battle in the land, and of great destruction. How the hammer of all the earth has been cut off and broken. How Babel became a ruin among the nations. I have laid a snare for you, and you were captured, O Babel, and you yourself did not know. You have been found and also caught, because you strove against Yahuwah. Yahuwah has opened his armory, and has brought out the weapons of his displeasure. For the Master Elohim of hosts has a work to do in the land of the Kasdim. Come against her from every quarter. Open her storehouses. Pile her up as heaps of ruins and put her under the ban. Let her have no remnant. Slay all her bulls. Let them go down to the slaughter. Woe to them, for their day has come, the time of their punishment. Listen. Flee and escape from the land of Babel, to declare in Zion the vengeance of Yahuwah our Elohim, the vengeance of his Hekal. Summon archers against Babel, all you who bend the bow. Encamp against it all around, let no one escape. Repay her according to her work. Do to her according to all she has done. For she has been proud against Yahuwah, against the set-apart one of Yisrael. Therefore her young men shall fall in the streets, and all her men of battle shall perish in that day, declares Yahuwah. See, I am against you, O proud one, declares the Master Yahuwah of hosts. For your day has come, the time for your punishment. And the proud one shall stumble, and he shall fall, with no one to raise him up. and I shall kindle a fire in his cities, and it shall devour all around him. Thus said Yahuwah of hosts, the children of Israel were oppressed, along with the children of Yehudah, and all who took them captive have held them fast. They have refused to let them go. Their Redeemer is strong. Yahuwah of hosts is his name. He shall strongly plead their case, so as to give rest to the land, but unrest to the inhabitants of Babel. A sword is upon the Kasdim, declares Yahuwah, and it is upon the inhabitants of Babel, and upon her heads, and upon her wise men. A sword is upon the liars, and they shall be fools. A sword is upon her mighty men, and they shall be broken down. A sword is upon their horses, and upon their chariots, and upon all the mixed people who are in her midst, and they shall become like women. A sword is upon her treasures, and they shall be plundered. A sword is upon her waters, and they shall be dried up, for it is a land of carved images, and they boast about their idols. Therefore the wild desert beast shall dwell with the jackals, and the ostriches dwell in it, and it shall never again be inhabited, nor dwelt in unto all generations. As Elohim overthrew Sodom and Amorah and their neighboring cities, declares Yahuwah, so no one would dwell there, nor would Son of Man sojourn in it. See, a people shall come from the north, and a great nation, and many sovereigns stirred up from the ends of the earth. They strengthen their bow and spear. They are cruel, and they show no compassion. They sound like the roaring sea, and ride on horses set in array, like a man for the battle against you, O daughter of Babel. The sovereign of Babel has heard the report about them, and his hands become weak. Distress has taken hold of him, pain like that of a woman in labor. See, he comes up like a lion from the Yarden's jungle, against the enduring pasture. But in an instant I shall make them run away from her. And who is the chosen one whom I appoint against her? For who is like me? Who summons me? And who is that shepherd who stands before me? Therefore hear the counsel of Yahuwah, which he has counseled concerning Babel, and his purposes he has purposed concerning the land of the Kasdim. The least of the flock shall drag them away. He shall make their pasture a waste before them. At the sound of Babel's capture, the earth shall be shaken, and the outcry shall be heard among the nations. Chapter 51. Thus said Yahuwah, see, I am stirring up the spirit of a destroyer against Babel, against those who dwell in Leb, my opponents. And I shall send strangers to Babel, who shall scatter her and empty her land, for they shall be against her all around in the day of evil. Let the archer draw his bow, and let him stand ready in his armor. Do not spare her, young men. Put all her army under the ban. And the slain shall fall in the land of the Kasdim, and the pierced through in her streets. For neither Yisrael nor Yehudah is widowed by his Elohim, Yahuwah of hosts. Though their land has been filled with sin against the set-apart one of Yisrael, flee from the midst of Babel, and let each one save his life. Do not be cut off in her crookedness, for this is the time of the vengeance of Yahuwah, the recompense he is repaying her. Babel was a golden cup in the hand of Yahuwah, making drunk all the earth. The nations drank her wine. That is why the nations went mad. Babel shall suddenly fall and be broken. Howl for her. Take balm for her pain. If so, she might be healed. We would have healed Babel, but she is not healed. Let us leave her each and go to his own land, for her judgment reaches to the heavens and is lifted up to the clouds. Yahuwah has brought forth our righteousness. Come and let us relate in Zion the work of Yahuwah our Elohim. Polish the arrows, put on the shields. Yahuwah has stirred up the spirit of the sovereigns of the Medes. For his plan is against Babel to destroy it, because it is the vengeance of Yahuwah, the vengeance for his Hakal. Lift up a banner on the walls of Babel, strengthen the watch, station the watchmen, prepare the ambush. For Yahuwah has both planned and done what he spoke concerning the inhabitants of Babel. You who dwell upon many waters, great in treasures, your end has come, the measure of your greedy gain. Yahuwah of hosts has sworn by himself, I shall certainly fill you with men as with locusts, and they shall lift up a shout against you. He made the earth by his power. He established the world by his wisdom, and stretched out the heavens by his understanding. When he gives forth his voice, the waters in the heavens roar, and he makes vapors to ascend from the ends of the earth. He makes lightnings for the rain, and he brings the winds out of his treasuries. All mankind has become too brutish to know. Every smith has been put to shame by the carved image. For his molded image is falsehood, and there is no breath in them. They are worthless, a work of mockery. In the time of their punishment they perish. The portion of Jacob is not like them, for he is the maker of all, and Yisrael is the tribe of his inheritance. Yahuwah of hosts is his name. You are my battle axe, the weapons of battle. And with you I shall break nations in pieces, and with you I shall destroy reigns. And with you I shall break in pieces the horse and its rider. And with you I shall break in pieces the chariot and its rider. And with you I shall break in pieces man and woman. And with you I shall break in pieces old and young. And with you I shall break in pieces the young man and the maiden. And with you I shall break in pieces the shepherd and his flock. And with you I shall break in pieces the farmer and his yoke of oxen. And with you I shall break in pieces governors and rulers. And I shall repay Babel and all the inhabitants of Chaldea for all the evil they have done in Zion before your eyes, declares Yahuwah. See, I am against you, O destroying mountain, who destroys all the earth, declares Yahuwah. And I shall stretch out my hand against you, and I shall roll you down from the rocks, and make you a burnt mountain. And they shall not take from you a stone for a corner, nor a stone for a foundation, but you shall be a waste forever, declares Yahuwah. Lift up a banner in the land, blow a shofar among the nations, prepare the nations against her, call the reigns together against her, Ararat, Mini, Ashkenaz, appoint a commander against her, bring up horses like hairy locusts, separate the nations against her with the sovereigns of the Medes, its governors and all its rulers, all the land of his rule, so that the land shakes and writhes in pain. For every plan of Yahuwah shall be established against Babel, to make the land of Babel a ruin, without inhabitant. The mighty men of Babel have ceased to fight. They remained in their strongholds. Their might has failed. They became like women. They have burned her dwelling places. The bars of her gate have been broken. One runner runs to meet another, and one reporter to meet another, to report to the sovereign of Babel that his city is taken on all sides, and the fords have been captured, and they have burned the reeds with fire, and the soldiers are startled. For thus said Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, the daughter of Babel is like a threshing floor at the time it is trodden. Yet a little while, and the time of her harvest shall come. Nebuchadnezzar, the sovereign of Babel, has devoured us. He has crushed us. He has made us an empty vessel. He has swallowed us up like a monster. He has filled his stomach with my delicacies. He has driven us away. Let the violence done to me and my flesh be upon Babel, says the inhabitant of Zion, and let my blood be upon the inhabitants of Chaldea, says Jerusalem. Therefore thus said Yahuwah, see, I am pleading your case, and I shall take vengeance for you and dry up her sea and make her fountain dry. And Babel shall become a heap, a habitation of jackals, an astonishment, and a hissing without inhabitant. Together they roar like lions, they shall growl like lions' cubs. In their heat I prepare their feasts, and I shall make them drunk so that they rejoice and sleep a never-ending sleep and not awake, declares Yahuwah. I shall bring them down like lambs to the slaughter, like rams with male goats. Oh, how Shishak has been captured, the praise of all the earth been seized. How Babel has become a ruin among the nations. The sea has risen over Babel. She has been covered with the roaring of its waves. Her cities have become a ruin, a dry land and a desert, a land where no one dwells. Neither does Son of Man pass by it. And I shall punish Bel in Babel, and I shall make him spew out what he has swallowed, and nations shall no longer stream to him. Even the wall of Babel shall fall. Come out of her midst, my people, and let everyone deliver his being from the burning displeasure of Yahuwah. And lest your heart grow faint, and you fear the report heard in the land. For a report shall come 1 year, and after that in another year a report shall come, and violence in the land, ruler against ruler. Therefore see, the days are coming that I shall bring punishment on the carved images of Babel, and all her land shall be put to shame, and all her slain fall in her midst. And the heavens and the earth and all that is in them shall shout for joy over Babel, for the ravagers shall come to her from the north, declares Yahuwah. As Babel is to fall for the slain of Yisrael, so for Babel the slain of all the earth shall fall. You who have escaped the sword, go away. Do not stand still. Remember Yahuwah from afar, and let Yerushalayim come to your heart. We are ashamed because we have heard reproach. Shame has covered our faces, for strangers have come into the set-apart places of Yahuwah. Therefore see, the days are coming, declares Yahuwah, that I shall bring punishment on her carved images, while the wounded groan throughout all her land. Though Babel should mount up to the heavens, and though she should make the height of her strength inaccessible, ravagers shall come to her from me, declares Yahuwah. Listen, O cry from Babel, and great destruction from the land of the Kasdim, because Yahuwah is ravaging Babel, and shall silence her loud voice, and her waves shall roar like great waters. The noise of their voice shall resound, because the ravager shall come against her, against Babel, and her mighty men shall be captured. Every one of their bows shall be broken, for Yahuwah is the El of recompense. He shall certainly repay. And I shall make her rulers drunk, and her wise men, her governors, and her deputies, and her mighty men. And they shall sleep a lasting sleep, and not awake, declares the sovereign, whose name is Yahuwah of hosts. Thus said Yahuwah of hosts, the broad walls of Babel are completely demolished, and her high gates are burned with fire. And peoples labor in vain, and the nations weary themselves for fire. The word that Yirmiyahu the prophet commanded Seraiah, son of Neriah, son of Maaseiah, when he went with Zedekiah the sovereign of Yehudah to Babel in the 4th year of his reign. And Seraiah was a quartermaster. So Yirmiyahu wrote in a book all the evil that would come upon Babel, all these words which had been written concerning Babel. And Yirmiyahu said to Seraiah, when you come to Babel and see it, and read all these words, then you shall say, O Yahuwah, you have spoken concerning this place to cut it off, so that none shall dwell in it, neither man nor beast, for it is a ruin forever. And it shall be, when you have ended reading this book, that you shall tie a stone to it, and throw it into the midst of the Euphrates, and shall say, so does Babel sink and not rise from the evil that I am bringing upon her, and they shall weary themselves. Thus far are the words of Yirmiyahu. Chapter 52. Zedekiah was 21 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Hamutal, the daughter of Yirmiyahu of Libnah. And he did evil in the eyes of Yahuwah according to all that Jehoiakim had done. For through the displeasure of Yahuwah this came to be against Jerusalem and Yehudah, until he had cast them out from his presence. And Zedekiah rebelled against the sovereign of Babel. And it came to be in the 9th year of his reign, on the 10th of the new moon, that Nebuchadnezzar, sovereign of Babel, and all his army came against Jerusalem, and encamped against it. And they built a siege wall against it all around. And the city was under siege until the 11th year of sovereign Zedekiah. On the 9th of the 4th new moon, the scarcity of food was so severe in the city, all the men of the battle fled and went out of the city at night, by way of the gate between the 2 walls, sovereign's house, and all the houses of Jerusalem, and all the houses of the great men he burned with fire. And all the army of the Kasdim who were with the chief of the guard broke down all the walls of Jerusalem, all around. And Nebuzaradan, chief of the guard, exiled some of the poor people, and the rest of the people who were left in the city, and the defectors who had gone over to the sovereign of Babel, and the rest of the craftsmen. But Nebuzaradan, chief of the guard, left some of the poor of the land as vine dressers and farmers. And the Kasdim broke the bronze columns that were in the house of Yahuwah, and the stands and the bronze sea that were in the house of Yahuwah, and brought all their bronze to Babel. They also took away the pots, and the shovels, and the snuffers, and the bowls, and the ladles, and all the bronze utensils with which they served, and the basins, and the fire holders, and the bowls, and the pots, and the lampstands, and the ladles, and the cups, whatever was of solid gold, and whatever was of solid silver, the chief of the guard took. The 2 columns, one sea, the 12 bronze bowls which were under it, and the stands which sovereign Shelomah had made for the house of Yahuwah. The bronze of all the vessels was beyond weighing. As for the columns, the height of one column was 18 cubits, and its circumference was 12 cubits, and its thickness was 4 fingers hollow. And a capital of bronze was on it, and the height of one capital was 5 cubits, with a network and pomegranates all around the capital, all of bronze. And the second column with pomegranates was the same. And there were 96 pomegranates on the sides. All the pomegranates on the network were 100 all around. And the chief of the guard took Sariah, the chief priest, and Zephaniah, the second priest, and the 3 doorkeepers. And from the city he took 1 eunuch who was in charge of the men of battle, and 7 men who saw the sovereign's face, who were found in the city, and the scribe of the commander of the army, who mustered the people of the land, and 60 men of the people of the land who were found in the city. And Nebuzaradan, chief of the guard, took these, and brought them to the sovereign of Babel at Riblah. And the sovereign of Babel struck them, and put them to death at Riblah in the land of Hamath. Thus Yehudah was exiled from its own land. These are the people whom Nebuchadnezzar exiled in the 7th year, 3,023 Yahudim. In the 18th year of Nebuchadnezzar, he exiled from Jerusalem 832 beings. In the 23rd year of Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuzaradan, chief of the guard, exiled of the Yahudim 745 beings. All the beings were 4,600. And it came to be in the 37th year of the exile of Jehoiakim, sovereign of Yehudah, in the 12th new moon, on the 25th of the new moon, that Ewil-Merodach, sovereign of Babel, in the 1st year of his reign, lifted up the head of Jehoiakim, sovereign of Yehudah, and brought him out of prison. And he spoke kindly to him, and set his throne above those of the sovereigns who were with him in Babel. So he changed his prison garments, and he ate bread continually before the sovereign all the days of his life. And as for his allowance, there was a continual allowance given him by the sovereign of Babel, a portion for each day, until the day of his death, all the days of his life.